remaining. Attackers activating diffuser.
Hello everybody, welcome to the DAL's Cerberus Tournament Season 2 Week 2. I hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. I, for myself, am doing pretty great tonight. We have 9 teams, which is 3 more than last week's actually. Therefore, our increase in teams registrations is literally, 50%, which is pretty good. Let's just hope we can keep the flow going. We have quite a lot of teams tonight. Like I said, quite a few are new teams also. So, for example, if I was just to list them, though I know them, they haven't played before. Axios, Philas, I haven't ever heard of. Phantom GG, don't know them either. Anima Vestra, Vendetta, we know them, but they haven't played in the tournaments. And then OMRC would also be a new team. All in all, it is a pretty good improvement compared to what we had last season, or last week rather. The first team, or the first game which we will be casting, by the way, is going to be the game between Crystal Clear Gaming. So they have already played last week. We know them more or less, and OMRC, who would be a new team, like I said. And things seem to be going pretty well. I do have to keep an eye on, you know, this and that to make sure the map ban, for example, is going pretty well. So, for example, here, I will have to tell... I'll have to tell the one team that, hey, it's your time to ban. So let's... Kool-Aid Brigade. Or let's see if I can find the member on Discord. This way he might even get the link or the notification. Let's also jump into that, overlay into that screen. I know the teams at the top aren't the right one, but I feel it's a bit more personal, you know, having, like, for example, the screen here displayed on the stream. Okay. Oh, and they're there. Okay, okay. So this ban is going pretty well. Phantom GG against Adama Vestra. They said they'd be there in 5 minutes. And it appears their map ban has begun as well, so that is good. And finally, Kilas against Alvin Squad. Things are also underway. Good. That is amazing. Let me know when our game is. Every game gets played in parallel. Here you have the link to your game. Okay, so that is going to be it. Big Sexy, hey man, how are you doing? So even though I'm just, you know, having a general, just a quick glance to the teams to see how it goes. Theme park isn't supposed to be in the pool. Yes, it is. Clubhouse ban. Look in the rules. Lol. Oh gosh. Okay. Maybe I will be having something in the rules that is out of date because they say the clubhouse isn't supposed to be in the rules. Let me just check. If I type, for example, Consulate, Cafe, Villa, Coastline, Oregon, Bank. Oh gosh, yeah, Bank. We are out of date here. Bank is not supposed to be there. I will have to take a note to update the map pool. Okay, yes, that is unfortunate. Svipita, not really. Atomic Atlas, I stand hand Atomic. Hey there, how are you doing? SSG being overrated. Or CCG. SSG, that's another team. CCG being overrated. Maybe. I mean, their performances are going to talk for themselves. Okay. So. Let me just reverse engineer all of that, because. So they have banned theme park. They have then banned consulate. Oh no, that was coastline. They have then banned consulate. They banned clubhouse, coastline, cafe. Wait, have they banned either villa or? Oh yeah, villa has been banned as well. So, we will be having an Oregon match with CCG being on offense. Okay. Big Sexy gifted a tier 1 sub to Ashes. Hey, Big Sexy, thank you, my man. So freaking appreciated. That is amazing. Like, for real, okay? I come in and I rarely do expect, you know, financial support from the players or from the viewers, simply because as the viewers, you are more likely to have an allegiance to a team, you know, to be rooting for your team, for your friend's team, for whoever you think, you know, has good performances, and therefore I, as the organizer, am just the outlet to prove your fandom, or to prove that your fandom is well placed, or that you put your faith in the right team. And that's why I don't really expect too much to have loyalty or contributions to the organizer. For example, the subs would be made to the team that you are rooting for, right? To get their emojis and all that good stuff. So I really freaking appreciate that. So let's invite the players. The one is going to be Banana Juice, and on OMRC I will be inviting Whiskey, which I may have to add to my friends list first. Let's do this, and then we will be good to invite you. So, Meowish1 is hosting us. Crystal Clear Gaming is also hosting us. Just Flake, we have a 3 minutes delay. 3 minutes delay and a broken bot. Things are not looking too good on that front. So, Crystal Clear Gaming has the blue team. Let's just type this in real quick.
Salut mon Whiskey.
Crystal Clear Gaming is too long, and OMRC will be the other team. Yeah, so l'attaque c'est l'équipe bleu. Attacking is the blue team. Hey guys. Yes. Je regarde ça en anglais. I'll be keeping this in English because the stream is English. The players know each other, that's for sure. That is evident.
Ouais, ça a été drôle.
Ouais.
I'm having a few notifications on Discord, just to make sure everything is going properly. Ça fait longtemps? Comment tu vas? Tu comprends refaire des streams?
Mon préféré, Kezog de back.
Okay, so one thing at a time, okay?
Ça?
La map c'était Oregon, right?
Ben oui, toi.
Il est où là?
True. My mic got disconnected when I pushed the computer aside to clean up underneath it. You would be surprised how much dust builds up underneath a computer case when it's just sitting on the floor. Now the players should be able to hear me. Alright guys, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui.
Oui.
Super. Ok, la map c'était Oregon, right?
Ouais.
Yes.
Super, fait que je laisse vous connecter, puis après ça, ben, on va être good to go.
On va en défense.
Crystal Clear, je pensais que vous commenciez en attaque, donc on va merci en défense, right? Good. Fait que tout est good. Okay, Just Flake asking, and once again, keeping this in English just to be inclusive, asking, do you plan on redoing like regular streams on playing ranked, unranked, playing with subs, with followers? Yes, absolutely. I've done one yesterday, as a matter of fact. I just don't do them as regularly because I'm having a lot of things to take care of. For example, the league, the tournaments. But as a matter of fact, yes, I still do them, even though they're quite rare. So, for example, let's just keep an eye on the other games just to make sure Killas and Elbin squad. Okay, so this looks good. They said invite me. Do you want to start attacking or defending? So this game is going to be underway, I will assume. Phantom against Anima Vestra. We will be having a map band that goes underway. Defense, are you hosting? Yeah, add me, added. So that is good. That map, or that game, has also started its, or has done the map ban, and they're now inviting each other. Okay, and the last message they sent there was also add me or invite me to the game. So that should be looking good. Okay, so OMRC are ready. Crystal Clear, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, last little checkup. If your mosses aren't running, now would be a last reminder to start them up. And assuming you're still good, well, let's start the game. And without further ado, good luck, have fun, and may the best team win. Okay. You will realize that I hadn't taken the time, god damn it, I hadn't taken the time to update the overlay. So let's just jump in here and remove the logos, because I don't have the logos for the tournaments. So we'll have on the one hand Crystal Clear game. Oh, let's also reset this. Crystal Clear Gaming against OMRC. Both teams are Canadian. Let's update this, and for the time being that will have to suffice. Oh, I don't want to have this, however. The rehost overlay is abysmal. Okay, so Oregon as a map is quite interesting, and what I mean by that is simply the fact that it is one of the newer maps, right? And therefore, we as a community don't yet know the exact best way of attacking, defending it, and all that good stuff. So, even though the map seems to be fairly balanced, there is an inherent, defense-sided advantage until we figure out, effective attacks against it. So in the meantime, Maverick Thatcher, these would be your predictable and, I want to say, normal operator bands, right? You do want to take the hard-reaching capabilities out to make sure that you don't, get surprised. If you can deny the attackers the possibility or the capabilities of opening up the reinforced walls, then their movements will become so much more predictable. If you can, funnel them in front of a mirror window, for example, that could be really, really good. So that's why Mira will be taken out of the picture, and so will Valkyrie. Valk, though, doesn't appear, or in my mind at least, isn't, the best operator ever. She can be really good. I mean, intel is not to be underestimated in this game. But there are easy ways to counter Valkyrie. An easy example would simply be to use an IQ. So, I don't know if this was, the best ban ever, but it looks like it's going to be the one that your Orange Team OMRC will be going for. Big Sexy with the 100 bits. God damn, Big Sexy, you are on fire tonight. Thank you so much. This is so appreciated. Love you, man. Meow asking, these aren't the right teams at the top, right? Nope, they weren't, and that's why I switched them up, or I cleaned things up. Maybe a bit too late, but I did it nonetheless. Isn't it what matters ultimately? Also, there's another thing I'll have to mention, or I'll have to update. It will be, also, let's just take an overview right here. The game is no longer the Titans League, but the Cerberus tournaments. And we're now Season 2, Week 2. Alright, not Season 12, Season 2. Thank you very much. Edit browser source. And there we have it. Okay, so if I was to take a look on the game right here, so it is going to be a top floor defense in the dorms area. That map isn't exactly, super predictable. Some teams will defend the top floor first. Some others will go for the basement for laundry instead. So that's kind of interesting. Those two magnets, the magnets do have a really big range. I'm not even sure if they will make it to that doorway or that window that right here. If not, it's going to be, to protect from grenades once the wall hypothetically gets breached. Other than that, if we were to look at the offense, so SNC Ash is saying minus 100. Minus 100 with the redeemed message. And yeah, so burning 100 channel points just to mention that he burnt them. Minus 100 gang. Another 100 points going away. So all in all, Crystal Clear Gaming, they are going to be taking point right about here. So it looks like Banana Juice will be, aiming at breaching the reinforced wall. A is getting their first kill on Silence. Oh, and .udm Silence, you're from the UDM. I didn't know that. We've had the UDM as a team on some other competitions which I have cast in the past. None that I organized myself though, so this would be a first. However, Shalty right here on the trophy room, it does really look like Crystal Gaming. They are going to be putting some pressure on the defense from multiple angles at the same time, right? You had Ace at the first floor, so he just died now. Insanity will be here at the basement, or at the base of the white stairs. Shalty is still in trophy room. Banana Juice has been able to breach, not exactly able to insert because Kaiser is still there. Xer. I'm not sure how I should pronounce that in English, but still, Bandit is going to be here in the attic area. He could be easily flanked should Shalty be, aggressive enough and should he not be caught off. You have also Insanity here holding angles. So once again, they are not making good time, right? They're not actively pushing forward, but they are absolutely mounting the pressure on OMRC. If they had any roamers, they had to come back. They're, losing their leeway when it comes time to, for example, flank or, decide the setting for the engagements. They're kind of forced by Crystal Clear Gaming. Once again, even though Shalty has been here for, what, a minute and a half now, and he hasn't done much with the time he's been here. Insanity being being drunk by Yokai Drone, still gonna get killed. That is gonna be a nice shot. Schultzy could maybe even use that to his advantage to push in. There's nobody there. Bandit was just unaware of that. Now a 2v3 situation down to a 2v2. Will that be a double kill? Unfortunately not, but Poseidon is now gonna be really low on health. Any mistake, any flip up, or any slip up rather, is gonna be fatal for him. Insanity is still at the top of the white stairs. By having not moved, his position is likely to be well known. That does not matter as he's not gonna be taking any bullets here. Kazor, you know, he is going to be receiving pressure from a few different angles at the same time. The diffuser being planted, IQ can be put down by... oh, that was close. But still, this is going to be diffuser now no longer being planted. Insani getting a nice kill on Roy. Krazor is going to have to use the Yokai Drone, but has to stay alive. He gets the kill. Poseidon will be sticking it out, and that was a mistake. Though, he was out of time, so he could not really do anything else. It will still be a solid first round won by the OMRC team, who well, deserved their victory. Nonetheless, the round came down to the wire, right? A 1v1 situation, diffuser being planted at the very last second. I do like to see those rounds because should the round be indicative of the remainder of the game, you could assume the match will be really even-sided. Our sample, admittedly, is only a round big, so you couldn't, you know, make too detailed predictions working off of that, but still, you did see that Intel unfortunately wasn't the greatest asset here and there. Bandit, the way he died, that was just really unfortunate. And of course, OMRC's defense, though it ended up prevailing, was not flawless. There were a few openings here and there which Crystal Clear didn't capitalize on. So I kind of feel like both teams could be playing the Intel game a bit better or a tiny bit more aggressive. One thing is for sure, right? If you look at the defense bands, Mira is not exactly an Intel-based operator, but she still allows you to see the opponent without yourself being seen, and Valkyrie is unequivocally an Intel-based operator. So the defense is likely to have a bit of a harder time to you know, get Intel, know where their opponents are going to be and all that good stuff. Nonetheless, however, Echo has been unbanned, so he had a glitch earlier on. But earlier on, a few weeks ago, this has been patched up, so he's no longer going to be, you know, banned outright. And other than that, I don't see too much, you know, too noteworthy. The defense seems to be fairly similar, fairly standard. SNC Ashes gifted a tier 1 sub to Big Sexy. It's their first time gifting the subs to the channel, and Ashes is paying forward the gift they got from Big Sexy to Big Sexy. Okay, so you're kind of giving it back. Sexy saying thank you for the gift sub, shithead. Why? Why you gotta be so mean? Okay, I did not expect that. So, let's see. Unlike last time, just like last time, you're still gonna have a few roamers. This time it's gonna be Silence. Silence, though, right, he's a 3-speed, 1-armor operator. Quite light, quite a good gun, an apt roamer, but ultimately, at the end of the day, his kit is not going to be tailor-made to, you know, roam. He's not going to be a Vigil, he's not going to be Cavera, Mozzie, so he's kind of making do with his kit, which is not the best situation ever. But still, I mean, utility-wise, they did need the, you know, grenade or utility denial gadgets. No MI, so Jaeger will be there, and in the absence of a dedicated roaming operator, Silence will be filling in that role. I'm not really criticizing, I'm just saying that Silence is not going to be in as good a situation as if he was, say, a Vigil or Cavera. One thing's for sure, with a Jackal on the enemy team, on the attacking team, his chances of surviving will be going down pretty drastically. You now know exactly where Silence is. He will be receiving a bit of pressure, nothing too major for the time being. Poseidon taking some damage, Silence receiving none in return. Jackal this time will be attempting to get a shot there. He is cutting off the rotation, but no longer holding the angle as he is reloading. This allows Silence to run up the stairs here in the big tower. The danger here is that he's in a cul-de-sac. There's no way out. If the stairs are cut off, he can't do anything. Shalty is gonna get a nice grenade kill on Wijiski. Another flashbang being a shot. He is not gonna be incapacitated by that. And there you have it. Thermite now being down. Diffuser lost, but a refrag will be happening immediately. Silence on his side, you know, is receiving so much less pressure than previously. So he is now free to roam once again, and that can be a good asset to the attackers. Poseidon apparently not realizing that he's no longer there. Crazor getting a kill on his own. Poseidon therefore being basically alone in the back stairs. And A's also quite isolated, so he's going to die right here. And of course, no refrag situation is going to be possible, leaving us with Poseidon in a 1v3 situation. What can he do? Well, he's going to have to play for kills. He don't have Diffuser. Planting would be a suicide mission either way. So with 3 seconds on the clock, things are looking really desperate. Doesn't even get a single one. OMRC are going to be winning round number 2. So there you have it, sir, with a nice kill. For some reason, we had an audio glitch. But one thing is for sure, at that rate, things are not going to be looking too good for Crystal Clear Gaming. They do appear to have, you know, a bit of difficulties winning their engagements in a face-to-face firefight. OMRC seems to have a reasonable expectation of coming out of there alive. Of course, you know, they're losing players here and there from time to time. But still, a 3-1 situation at the end of the round is not exactly being won by chance. You know, you don't end up in that situation by dumb luck. Plus, you're not going to be ending up in such a situation constantly by dumb luck. So, Crystal Clear Gaming, I mean, for example, the 2 last players should have played together, in my opinion. The intel game is a bit weak for the attackers, especially, like I said, considering that the bans will be making intel so much harder for the defense to be getting. So, all in all, I feel like Crystal Clear, they don't really have to play better individually, right? Game sense, accuracy, reaction time, flick shot skills, all that good stuff, you cannot work on in the blink of an eye. But you can, you know, make the conscious decision of sticking together, of joining a bit more aggressively, you know, of making sure, for example, to flush out the roamers. Though Silence didn't end up being a major pain in the butt, he was still unaccounted for at the end of the round. So should Silence have been a bit more aggressive, that also could have had a major factor in the outcome of the round. Nonetheless, the third defense will be played at meeting. And should things just keep on going the way they are, OMRC would be hypothetically winning this round and then going for another, you know, cycle. They would be defending the top floor, then the basement, and then here again. The defense as a whole, man, if time flies, we're already into the attack phase. Reinforced walls, hatch at the top being breached. You do have a roamer up here. Other than that, Crazor will be on OBG, of course. Yeah, so Wijiski will be your lone roamer, which could be somewhat dangerous. I mean, he's not exactly roaming. He's just, you know, holding an angle, anchoring at the top floor. He wants to protect the hatch. The hatch, of course, has been breached to give him a way out should things become too dire. And there you have it. The insertion already starting to prove flawed. Silence getting a first kill on Insanity, wanting to peek this way. Unfortunately, the Inox is going to be a major disadvantage if you get shot at while wearing it. So, Shalty at the top floor, Poseidon will be apparently working together, but oh no, the hatch was open and Crazor will be firing through that. Poseidon has lost, you know, a significant amount of health. Nothing too dramatic. I mean, he's still not going to be in a one-shot situation. But his margin for error is extremely low, unfortunately. Xur is going to be using the verticality to his full advantage. And, you know, once again, the setup is just falling apart. You have Shalty, who will be desperately attempting to hold the back, or actually the main entrance to the attic area. And Poseidon is just way too scared for his back. I mean, he also has to watch out for the staircase. If he's looking at the hatch, you know, too aggressively, he's going to be flanked from behind, and he knows that. So the attackers right here, Crystal Clear Gaming, are once again in a no-win situation. They can either try to push on the OBJ, but then they're going to have the roamers in their back, or they can just wait for the roamers. But then they will never be attempting an actual push, an actual execution. Let's also take a moment to acknowledge the Yokai drone, which had not made its presence known until the very end of the round. And there you have it. It was an instrumental tool into getting the flawless round, which we saw could have been a double kill if, I believe, Jaeger didn't get the other frag in rapid succession. One thing is for sure. So far, OMRC, they're absolutely beating their opponents. For Crystal Clear Gaming's sake, I mean, we could hope that they win a round or two here or there, but you know the trend seems to be really, really one-sided and really clear, if I may. Let me just try to also open up that piece of software in the hopes of making the production value a tiny bit better. While we have the overlays, we'll have the replays. You won't be seeing the overstream splash screen, you know, startup thingy. Oh, the last project I opened up had a problem loading. Yeah, I gotta doubt that. Doesn't. Oh, because it's being opened up twice. I double clicked and the program doesn't like that. Okay, well then let's shut it down instead and have this play back, and let's go with this. Okay. Okay. So, round number 4. This is kind of exactly what I was predicting. The cycle has been, you know, the first cycle has been won by OMRC every single round, so they have no choice either if they go in their fourth bomb site, aka kitchen and dining, or if they go back to the primary bomb site. I mean, when you explain it out loud like this, it sounds like a no-brainer, and it is. Therefore, we're going to be having a dorms defense again.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Crystal Clear Gaming will have one advantage they didn't have last time around, however, and that is simply going to be that the advantage of surprise for OMRC has basically been lost, right? OMRC have executed this defense before, and Crystal Clear, they know what to expect, whether rumors are going to be, which walls have been reinforced, where the Jaeger ADSs will be waiting, you know? All that good stuff. So, assuming they have a bit of adapting capabilities, they will probably be using that knowledge to their advantage and, you know, revamping what didn't work last time around. Silence right here is going to have to rotate. He lost a fair bit of health, but he inflicted more damage to Insanity than the other way around. So, even though nobody died, it is still going to be an outright victory for OMRC. And it looks like the firefight hasn't been ended, just put on pause. Of course, Silence is still right there. He will be droned out extensively, forcing him to, you know, fall back and back and back. And you can see that the anti-roamer effort is really well coordinated. Ace, Insanity, and Poseidon are all going to be there. So, Silence will be disappearing in the freezer area. And to be honest, that's the right thing to do, because at that point he just wants to, you know, drag Crystal Clear Gaming in a wild goose chase. He wants to waste them as much time as possible, which seems to be working, right? Ace, for example, is holding an angle on the staircase. While he's doing that, he's not going to be attacking, and while he's not going to be attacking, the timer is still going to slowly but surely go down. Another new operator I do want to point out will be Blackbeard, so of course it is going to be somewhat different than what we've seen last time. He's good for holding an angle, he's good, you know, to, for example, cover the diffuser once it's been planted, but seeing how he's playing, he's not going to be the one that gets the diffuser planted in the first place, and things are not looking too good. You know, the ones that are actually pushing forward are finding themselves the victims of a triple kill. Silence could quite realistically get the ace here, but it will not happen, as you have Banana Juice putting an end to Silence's shenanigans. So Shalty will be putting some pressure on the main window, just as Banana Juice takes a lot of damage. That is the unfortunate thing I was talking about. In a face-to-face engagement, it looks like, even though nobody has died yet, the defense has the easier time inflicting wounds to their opponents. Right here, Xera will be taking a lot of damage, but so does Banana Juice. Shalty, can you maybe provide a distraction or do something to alleviate the pressure on Banana Juice? Unfortunately, it is just not going to be the case, and that is not going to be diffuser lost. He will be toyed with, apparently, and eventually put out of his misery. Shalty, therefore, last player alive in a 1v4 situation. His position is quite likely known. So I don't expect him to have the advantage of surprise, and he has 4 kills to get in just under 10 seconds. Doesn't have the diffuser, he can't do too much about that, and to be honest, as unfortunate as it is, the round is lost. I mean, he doesn't have time to run from one opponent to the other, doesn't have diffuser, planting will be a suicide mission anyways. So there you have it, OMRC winning round number 4 in with relative ease, just like last time, right? They're winning with like 3 players remaining on the team. It is a decisive victory as far as the round itself is concerned. And since they haven't lost a single round so far, should things keep on going the way they are, it could, individual rounds being won in decisive fashion. When you stack them up, when you add them up one after the other, it may and could very well lead to a decisive victory.
Drop the diffuser.
Nova Kill Gaming saying, nice CCG haters in chat. Go OMRC. Zox saying I'm not. Nice CCG owner, the only one who cheers for an orc that's falling down. Guys, at the very least, please stay respectful. I am not sure if what you're saying is sarcasm, right? Because I want to say voice tone is really, really difficult to pick up on when you're only, talking through text form. So, I do not know if you're sarcastic or if you're truly like having an argument in chat, but see it as a preventive measure. Please don't.
10
Pas de
seconds
raison de
remaining.
hater. Okay. So it looks at the very least like you're not exactly in an argument, or maybe just making sure that things are being understood correctly.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
So.
bomb.
Crazer with Echo once again, and I gotta say, Echo seems to be a really, really good pick. For the simple, the reason being quite simple. Crystal Clear, they will always stop their push. Eventually, the momentum gets lost, and the timer will be running out. I mean, every single time it feels like, the round goes into the 10 last seconds. And that's where Echo can actually shine. So, Crazor always playing Echo. He could quite easily be countered by Poseidon, by, IQ, for example. Poseidon is always playing IQ, by the way, so he's really maining her. It does not matter, because apparently he's not going to go against the utility. Silence will be droned out extensively, but just like last time, he is going to be an aggressive roamer. Likely, if history was to have taught us anything, to get a kill or two. One thing that I do like to see, however, is that Crystal Clear Gaming this time, at this point, they are well aware of the threat Silence poses. Or Silence, represents. So this is why he's receiving a bit more pressure, drawn out extensively, all that good stuff. He can't stay in place. He has to rotate. He will eventually he'll be rotating back on OBJ. So that leaves top floor control to Crystal Clear Gaming. What will they be doing with that? To be honest, I could not exactly tell you. Like, Ace seems to want to open up the hatch. Shalty with the sledgehammer could probably do that, but he's got to be taking point instead. Ace, are you like holding the opening in the wall to make sure nobody rotates through kitchen? It seems like an odd playstyle to have, right? So I really couldn't tell.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Banana Juice will be fragged by Silence, who will be getting a double kill right here. Thermite hard breaching lost. Poseidon already down. And it looks like Silence wants to go for another one. Shalty will be getting a kill though. If his position was not known, now it is going to be. And Silence is likely going to attempt to get the kill on him. Oh no, Shalty, Silence is behind you. Will the flick shot happen? He is just a bit further up the stairs, and Sled did not know that. OMRC winning round number 5. This is starting to look like an absolute bloodbath for CCG. Things are not looking too well, and I mean, the only good news I could have for CCG at this point is that it's the last round before the role swap, so by having the easier side, maybe, hopefully they can win a round or two this way, but I mean, if they can't flip a switch and start winning their round quite decisively, I wouldn't think they have much of a standing chance, as unfortunate as it is. I mean, if you want to mount the comeback, starting right now, the problem that you're going to be facing is that, humans make mistakes. You will have a slip up, eventually. So if you have to win 3, 4, 5 rounds without losing a single one, it is a big task. If you have to win 5 rounds, but you can allow yourself a mistake or two, then it becomes much more feasible, assuming, you wake up and you realize what's wrong and you start winning your rounds in the first place. Right here, unfortunately, I see neither Crystal Clear starting to win their rounds, nor do they really have any margin for error should they start doing so. And all that is all those factors stacking up becomes really, really scary really quickly.
10 seconds to go.
Okay.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So they're asking for a rehost,
Attackers have
and
recovered
since
their
the action phase or the attack phase had not yet begun, the rehost is still allowed.
Attackers have dropped the
So
bomb
we will be having a little rehost. Let me just note that down. The 5th round was on laundry. And was won, of course, by the orange team. So it won't be too long for a rehost. Of course, should be fairly easy. Reconnect to the match? No, let's abandon it and let's restart it instead. So that would be a good moment to ask of you guys. At this point, I mean, at this point, it seems fairly unlikely for Crystal Clear Gaming to mount a comeback. I'm sorry, I just don't see it happening right now. So the bigger question would be, how many points, how many rounds do you think Crystal Clear Gaming could realistically win before, you know, they end up facing a team with 7 points total? So do you think they can win a round, 2 rounds before they lose the game? Or, I mean, if you are a true believer, do you think they can actually mount the comeback? And if yes, why? What makes you think that? Like, of course, I mean, Nova Kill is always going to be rooting for her team. That is for sure. But, I mean, if we want to have a discussion, what factor do you think could enable them to start winning their games? And the last operator is going to be Valkyrie. There we have it. Wojcicki's already here. And let's invite the CCG guys. There we have it. Match options. Okay, so blue team. Come on, blue team will be Crystal Clear Gaming. And orange team is OMRC. By the way, OMRC, what kind of abbreviation is that? Because, of course, I mean, I fully expect every letter to stand for a word. And what's like the long form name of OMRC? Smajo saying, je vais tout silence. Well, Smajo, you can learn. Okay, so, first round has been played in dorms.
Silence, switch.
Dorms is the first one, right? Yeah, won by the orange team. Second one has been played in the laundry room. Orange teams. Third has been played meeting hall kitchen. Orange team, of course. Round number 4. Dorms, orange team. Round number 5, laundry by the orange team. So if I was just to make sure, dorms, yes, orange, yes. Second one, laundry, orange, yes. Third one, meeting hall and kitchen by the orange team. Dorms, orange team, and laundry. So all in all, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points for the orange team. Okay. So j'ai fini de comme refaire l'historique des rondes et tout ça. Les bandes sont déjà faites. Fait que si vous êtes prêts, moi je suis prêt à relancer.
Yes.
Let's go.
Go.
Alright, well, good luck, have fun, et que le meilleur gagne. And without further ado, we are right back into the game. That rehost was quite quick, was quite swift, quite fast, and I like that. Sneaky Silence saying, wow, that Silence guy. Yeah, sneaky Silence. I don't know who that guy is, but he seems to be getting some pretty good performances so far. Max Payne saying, oh, we saw better. I mean, you may have seen better in your day. That still doesn't mean that he's not performing well, you know? So the last defense before the rule swap will be meeting in kitchen. We had started to see a beginning of, you know, the defensive setup, but ultimately we didn't get a good look at it. So without further ado, let's bring the cursor back into the game. That would help out to have the keyboard inputs acknowledged by the game. And okay, so having a pause on the game can always help, can always be used as a tactical timeout. I mean, for example, the players for CCG could have used those 2 minutes that they had to, for example, talk among themselves, have a little tactical timeout, have a little chat to figure out what went wrong, and maybe try to, you know, tip the scales in their favor. Though, admittedly, the rehost was really swift. I'm, to be honest, quite satisfied with myself here. And therefore, if Crystal Clear Gaming were to have conducted those internal discussions, they couldn't have gone far. So if the answer wasn't obvious, if the answer hadn't been, or if the discussion hadn't been really, really easy or swift to have, then they didn't have enough time to conduct said discussion. And if said discussion was this small, was this short, then they probably could have had it, you know, between rounds, during the role swap, during the preparation phase, during the operator pick phase. So, I don't know, I'm torn here, but I don't think a simple rehost as quick as this one is going to have a massive influence on the game. So, Silence still playing the exact same role as he was before. There's gonna be, you know, Jaeger playing quite aggro. He has inflicted a bit of damage on A's, and Xur is also roaming a little bit. He got a first kill on A's. They need to get their momentum going, that is for sure. Absolutely not doing so bad. It's just accumulation of misplays and mistakes. Nothing we can't get. Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, I had commented on that when I talked about Crazor always playing, or was it with Jiski playing Echo? I'm no longer sure. Crazor is playing Echo right now, obviously, right? But I'm not sure if he was the one that was always playing him. But indeed, right, when you're losing your momentum, for example, right here, droning, not pushing forward, waiting, not exactly actively pushing forward, I'm repeating myself, but the timer is going to be slowly but surely running down. Right here, Banana just getting the first kill, but it's only the first in a long list of frags he has to get if he wants to clutch this. He will get peeked by Jaeger right here, and apparently he was not ready for that. So, what do we have? We have a 6-0 scoreline for the role swap. This is going to be daunting at best for Crystal Clear Gaming. Can they still make the comeback? I mean, like I said, if you have good enough strats, good enough team play, cohesion, coordination, callouts, all the things that you can, you know, change up in half a second. I mean, accuracy, game sense, reaction time, flick shots, that's not going to change, you know, drastically from the beginning to the end of the game. But they can just start talking more. They can start droning more. They can start, I don't know, moving in a different way. Ultimately, they didn't do that. And here we have it, 6-0. At this point, I feel pretty confident saying we have reached a point of no return. I don't see how Crystal Clear Gaming could mount the comeback here. Max est saying, Jack, nous on a eu de M team, donc on sait qu'on peut voir bien mieux jouer. Ah, I see. Here's a question, by the way. So, U2M. Also, I know most of the chat is in French. Most of you guys are playing French, and I'm, you know, casting in English. Might feel weird. It kind of does. I mean, responding to French questions in English. But, you know, I'm ready to bet that there are, you know, a handful of English-only viewers in chat, so to be as inclusive as possible. Sorry for the majority, but I'm still going to be casting in English, since I know that most of you also speak English as a second language, you know? So, to get back to what we were saying, or to get back to the question I was going to ask, and I know that, you know, while I'm chatting with you guys, I'm not really taking a too close of a look to the defensive setup. My question to U2M, yeah, is they really can't get it destroyed. That is. Come on. I saw that. As unfortunate as it is, bugs and glitches, they don't have a camp. They're not going to be rooting for a team or the other. And therefore, a certain glitch will be affecting both teams equally or indiscriminately at the very least. So, it sounds like they finally got it open. No, it's just A's that blew up this right here. Before the pressure mounts on the defenders, what I was going to ask is, U2M, vous avez une équipe, you have a team, right? And having a team, the point of having a proper team is, of course, you know, to compete, to play in competitions. But I have never seen you, except, for example, at a LAN event, at a LAN party. So, my question is, what kind of competitions do you play in? Is it like, well, I was going to say ESL, but now, are you literally trying to get into CLPL? Because, I mean, if you're a university team, you should still at the end of the day also be students, so I don't see you going pro or doing this, you know, full-time anytime soon. If I'm reading the situation correctly. So, all in all, as a team, other than practicing, what do you do? That would be, like, my big question here. And if I was to ask the same question of Silence, he is playing entry frag and getting nice double kill here. He almost got a triple. I mean, Poseidon peeked him quite aggressively. Didn't exactly work out his way. Nobody died, ultimately. But for the first time I can remember... No, actually, round number 1 was quite a close call. But other than that, right now, Crystal Clear do have the numerical advantage, and things are looking better than ever for them. With 59 seconds remaining on the clock, however, you cannot already start counting on time or on the timer to win your round. Oh, Silence here being utterly blinded, and Insanity getting a kill on Silence. Once again, Silence is, you know, top fragger by far. So him being taken out of the picture, this is going to look really, really good for the defense. Crazor knows he has no choice but to go. I believe he saw that there's going to be somebody right here. He did not. Crystal Clear Gaming will be winning their first defense. Yeah, Banana Juice, you know, in the dead angle, not exactly behind cover, well hidden or anything. He was just doing the unexpected thing, and it worked out perfectly. Let's go with the replays. I'm still receiving a few Discord DMs. I have to make sure everything runs properly. Okay, yeah, it was a personal message, so nothing nothing that has to do with the competition. So the good news on that front is there's no problem to take care of. We do have an admin that will be joining us, but he planned, or he expected to not be free till 7 p.m. So till 10 minutes from now. But I mean, in the next 10 minutes, if there should be a problem, if there should be a protest, dispute, question regarding the rules, I would have to take care of that situation, and of course, by doing so, I would have to put the casting thing on hold, which we do not hope to be doing, right? So, after having won this at the top floor, Crystal, they will be doing basically the same thing as OMRC when they themselves were defending, and therefore we will be seeing a basement defense. That wasn't Poseidon. Poseidon doesn't have the impact grenades. Actually, only Ace does. So Ace, why did you open up the rotation hole here? That is going to be highly unusual. Really unexpected. And I really do want to see how they're going to use that to their advantage, because I expect, for example, Poseidon or somebody else in the boiler room, Ace probably, to hold the angle behind the deployable shield and to use it maybe like a oh yeah, Kosol, yeah, Maxi Paint, Kosol, yeah, I was there. That's what I said. I saw you at the LAN once, but other than that, I didn't exactly see what kind of tournaments you guys do, or you guys participate in, rather. Still, if we look at the attackers, Xer is going to be so much more aggressive than Crystal Clear when they were attacking. CR6, CSC, okay. Vous avez fait les quals. Okay. Je vois. Close qualifiers PL. Oh my god. Insanity right here. We'll be calling victim to Silence. Silence, who, you know, is already looking for a second. Just barely not connecting. He is quite lit, quite low on health. But he quite realistically could make it. I mean, if you look at the ADS device, it is right here, right? So it was in no way, shape or form ready to deny, for example, Silence's infiltration charge. Therefore, already a 3v5 situation, and the Kali will be an absolute danger. Banana Juice getting a nice kill, and having taken Silence off the board. Once again, frags-wise, this is going to be huge for Crystal Clear Gaming, though they still have the numerical disadvantage. For example, Roy doesn't have a kill so far since the rehost at the very least, right? So if we were to go off the 2 last rounds, he doesn't appear to be, you know, the biggest threat when it comes to gun skills. Banana Juice getting a kill on Wajiski. Crazor looking for the refrag, but he might even just fall victim. Nope, that could have been a one-tap. Meaning by that, he had an absolute beast of a name. Of course, unfortunately, you will be having Echo falling down right here. Don't even have time to switch the POVs, and OMRC have already won the game. And there you have it. So the nice thing with the format that we have right here, our format is Swiss. And for those of you who don't know how Swiss works, it is basically the format that ESL had for Challenger League Open Quals and for 6 Invitational Open Qualifiers, actually. I don't know how Faceit does things. I believe Faceit, they simply used simple elimination brackets. So Swiss format, it is like round-based format, right? So even though Crystal Clear they just lost, they will keep on playing. However, they will be playing against another team that has a similar track record as them to break the ties. So OMRC, they will be playing against another winner because they just want points, and they'll be playing against another team that has points to break the ties on that front. Crystal Clear, they didn't get any points. They will be playing against another team that is going to get a defeat under their belt to break up that tie. And the further along the tournament progresses, the more balanced the games are going to get. So the nifty thing here is simply, on paper, Crystal Clear Gaming, eventually they will be playing against a team that is not going to 7-1 them. So that is the interesting thing. Yep, so GG's aux deux équipes. C'est ça, ça va avoir été une belle game. CCG, vous avez pas abandonné du début jusqu'à la fin. C'était pas assez, mais au moins vous n'avez pas baissé les bras. Puis tu sais, juste ça, là, c'est déjà beau à voir. Tu peux pas avoir des team kills ou de la rage, quoi que ce soit. Fait qu'il va falloir attendre que les autres games se terminent avant de pouvoir générer la round numéro 2. Il va peut-être avoir une petite pause, mais dès qu'on peut, on va embarquer dans la round numéro 2. Fait que sur ça, à tantôt les gars. Okay, back in French. Back in English, rather. Like I said to the players, you have to wait for every other game to be over before you can enter in the score, or before I can generate round number 2. So all in all, there is gonna have we're gonna be forced into having a small break on the game. Or on the stream, rather. And as soon as we are ready to go once more, we will be joining back into the game. One thing I will be checking up real quick. Alvin Squad, I have a friend on... I have somebody in my friends list in that team. Of course, right, because I casted them in the past. So I believe it is literally Alvin. So if I click here... Alvin, he is... round 1 out of 12. Did they just start up the game? Please tell me that's not the case, because it would be long before we can start the other game. Vendetta Esports, Kool-Aid Brigade. Yeah, I've casted them in the past as well. It is CJ-Will, I believe. They are on round 9 out of 12, so that is good. That is really good. And unfortunately, I have nobody in my friends list, either on Phantom GG or on Anima Vestra. I believe. Is Spotify allowed? I am quite late on that front. Okay, so ESL Wire, however, is not the anti-cheat that we're using. If I was to just read the chat here, ESL Wire isn't the anti-cheat we're using because it connects directly with ESL servers, and we do not have access to ESL servers, as unfortunate as it is. Do I have them on my friends list? Of course not, right? Okay, so that doesn't appear to be the right gamer tag. Meatloaf.ft. Let's see, can I find you? Yes, I do. So he's gonna have to accept the friend request. So yeah, the one thing that I find really scary is right here, Kill Us against Alvin Squad. And now I don't know any of these players. Seeing as they are in their first round of a private match, this could take a little while, and I hope not. Alvin, do you have your... no, he doesn't have the rich presence enabled. Just double checking. He's just online now. Is the game over? Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna have to check in with the players, but one thing is for sure, I'm just dragging this along needlessly. So I will be putting us into a be right back screen, and literally as soon as the other matches are finished, we will be starting round number 2 immediately. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but thank y'all for being here, and I hope you stick around to see round number 2 begin as soon as we are ready. But until then, I mean, go grab a cup of coffee, prepare some popcorn, and yeah, enjoy the replays. See you in a bit.
Attackers drop. Bomb has been located. Attack. Hackers are activating the bomb. They're activating the diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers dropped the bomb. Attackers have located.
And we're back. So, round number 2 is going to be quite interesting, or somewhat more interesting than round number 1, of course, right? The format basically implies that every single next round, the games get, better and better balanced. Oh, Phantom GG, however, there are American. Let me just update this and unmute the clean feed. So yes, 1 or 2 differences between this round and the previous one. The games are going to be really nice. OMRC, which we saw, just flat out beat Crystal Clear Gaming. They're playing against Alvin Squad now. Alvin Squad, they are the champions from last week. So that match promises to be quite interesting. Anima Vestra, they just won. They're playing Axios, which is a CACL team. So that match is likely going to be really interesting as well. Kool-Aid Brigade, Crystal Clear Gaming. Unfortunately, these would be the two, or both of these teams would be, coming off of a defeat. So they will be attempting, to get a victory under their belt this time around. And we will be casting Vendetta Esports against Phantom GG Vendetta. They are members in the, they play in the Titans League, so we know them a little bit. But we have never met Phantom GG before, so we don't know them. And we are quite eager to meet them, actually. Another difference between this game and the last is that I'm going to have an observer and a proper clean feed. I enjoy this so very much for the simple reason that this time around I am going to be able to simply dump all of my energy into casting, and I don't have to think about observing and all that good stuff. So I do hope that the end result is going to be a bit better for you guys. One thing that I do realize is the clean feeds audio seems to be a bit too quiet, so let's just increase that a little bit. With a bit of dumb luck, this could be good. So I'm still, doing the producing part of the work as well. Our bans will be what I would consider pretty standard. So of course, Jackal, Thatcher. Sometimes you'll be seeing, for example, Maverick being banned alongside Thatcher. So these would be, bans that go all the way to counter hard breaching as much as possible. Not this time. Jackal is a great anti-roamer operator, and if you want the roaming game style to be remotely viable, then you have to take him out. Cade and Echo will be your two defense-sided bans. Here again, Echo is quite predictable, but Cade, though he's regularly banned, he wouldn't be, the default go-to ban. Echo, Mira, Maestro, these would be, names that we'll be seeing a bit more often than Cade, actually. And here we will be having a look at the rankings of these players. So as we can see so far, Vendetta Esports, they are going to be in the blues. So all of them are platinum. Whereas, on the other hand, Phantom GG, ooh, looks like it is going to be gold all the way. Let's see, Quina. Quina also is going to be gold. So, a platinum team against a gold team. It does look like it's going to be somewhat, one-sided. Remains to be seen if it's really going to be, a blowout match. But one thing is for sure, both of these teams come off of a victory. So on paper, both of these teams should be having a fair, a fair fighting chance. The first defense will be without any surprises at the top floor in the bar area. Bar. What can we say about it? Looking at the defensive setup right here, Phantom is in Kennedy. Kids Energy. I had realized that and fixed it pretty quickly. But thanks for mentioning this. It's always appreciated. So yeah, the the observer had a question for me, and to have a great production quality, we had to take care of that. So it looks like we're going to be having a little spawn kill here from, okay, how'd you pronounce that gamer tag? Fumichigan. Fuchimigan. Fumichigan. Ah, okay. It is going to be a play on words or a weird way of spelling fuck Michigan, I assume. So I'm just going to call you Michi then. let's just call him Michi. Aquatic here will be apparently trying to insert himself through the garage area. I mean, you wouldn't expect, for example, a Nomad to be point man, and I don't see why you'd be breaching the wall or the doorway barricade here, because it would just make it run out so much more easier. Granted, I mean, we're still talking about Nomad, but I still don't get why you would even take your time to open that up. Ultimately, it is not going to matter too much, since, as we can see right here, there was a first blood, which is going to come on Aquatic. Austin is... Oh, that's another few shots being taken this time by Doc, so Zane. Zane will be receiving a bit of pressure from the skylight area, and the problem is he's kind of caught between two angles, right? His movements are going to be severely limited. Austin on the one hand, on the other hand, I'm not exactly sure. Georgian probably was at the... Yeah, Georgian's going to be on the roof, since Toothless seems to be in the piano section. And right here, the angles that are being held are pretty interesting. But ultimately, by holding angles, you're not going to get the kill except if the defenders are pushing you, which Phantom has no incentive to do, right? So there you have it. Toothless has to push forwards, gets a first, wants to get to looking for a second one. Unfortunately, this is not going to connect, leaving us with a 2v3 situation. So Juro was a floor below as far as I can remember, and Austin, he was repelling last I saw. But, of course, right, repelling, he is no longer going to be in such a situation. Austin right here peeking in. And it seems like these players traded. Yeah, it was Georgian. So Austin, last player alive in a 1v2 situation. He no longer really can plant the diffuser. I mean, nobody covering him and all that good stuff. Goes for the kill. That, unfortunately, does not work out too well. Leaving us with, well, the first round won by the blue team. Oh, by the orange team, rather. This was a defense which was played, I mean, by the book. Mainly, nothing was too surprising here. Ultimately, however, it is no criticism or, no complaint, because if you do the predictable thing, if your playstyle is just so good that even if you do not have an advantage of surprise, should there be no good counter to that, well, what does it care? What does it matter? Also, Phantom sucks, by the way, coming from a player who isn't playing right now. Most of them are plats that dropped out. Oh, okay, so most of the players were platinum level, because I was kind of remembering, oh yeah, we saw that the blue team was full plat and the orange team was full gold, and then the gold players win the first round. I mean, it could have been either a hiccup or the ranking system might not be the best indicator of individual player skill. And I mean, if you do want to argue that your ranking is not a, like I said, good indicator of how skilled as a player you are, there is merit to that, to having that discussion. Unfortunately for us, this is basically the only tool Ubisoft puts at our disposal. So, I mean, for example, I don't know, competitive track record. There's no easy tool in the game for that. And of course, right, if the teams play into played into, for example, CGL, ESA, all those good things, it does not appear to be easy, you know, to share those informations. So this is all we have to go by. Second defense, without any surprise in the world, will be in the kitchen. And you will be having a roamer, just like last time. So, Michi, okay, see, he's reinforcing a hatch. Maybe he's going to go back down again. But one thing is for sure, if he wants to stay up there roaming, he is going to be, you know, the best shot Phantom has. But ultimately, they have picked nobody in that composition that would be a dedicated roamer. Michi has 3 speed, 1 armor, a decent gun. But other than that, his kit, his utility is not going to be actively helping him out there. He's no Vigil, he's no Cavera. I mean, Phantom, they still needed to have those this utility at hand, right? Denying the grenades, denying, you know, a few different pieces of utility. Thatcher, EMPs, for example, can be really useful, but then you also want to have a roamer, so Michi will be doing both things, both of these playstyles at the same time. But ultimately, now he will be tagged quite heavily firefight here with heavy pre-fires, but nobody is going to get a shot off. Nobody's losing any amount of health, though. Michi here is going to be in a tough situation. There are only 2 ways out of that room, and both areas or both doors seems to be watched. He gets 1 kill, looking for a double, but gets refragged instead. Aquatic has taken some damage. He's not going to be, you know, coming out there unscathed. So, you know, health pool-wise, Vendetta would be at a disadvantage. But tactically speaking, the attack now has control of top floor. So as you can see, the bandit batteries have been destroyed from above. Toothless trying to get a kill with the grenades. It doesn't work out, but I mean, still, map control-wise, Vendetta are making good time. You now have Q&'s Elephant being the, you know, the point man. He's going to be the first one to receive the pressure. That rotation was well-timed, as unbeknownst to him, he just escaped a grenade there. Wants to peek apparently, but nobody's going to be directly in the angle. Unfortunately for him, the main door is also going to be pushed, and there's going to be, I believe, Fawn got the refrag. I mean, he died, and when you die, the camera jumps on the POV of the killer, but we saw Q&' die, and then we saw immediately Valkyrie die. So I'm not exactly sure what kind of, you know, frag-refrag chain was going on. Ultimately, it is going to be a 3v2 situation with diffuser planted. Toothless will be holding the angle, and it's going to be up basically to the defense. Phantom GG, who now have basically an attack role. Meatloaf, as we can see, is kind of pushing through the corridor. His flank could be promising, assuming he isn't spotted. So far, I don't think he is, but he was nonetheless expected simply because, you know, Vendetta, they are holding the angles in a predictable and a efficient fashion. Heavy pre-fires, but it looks like they're, if it wasn't a punch hole, they were bullet holes, right? Toothless Mage getting the 2nd kill, the last kill, winning Vendetta their 1st round, and showing that neither teams are going to be, you know, completely defenseless against their opponents. Phantom GG won round number 1, and the 2nd time around is going to be Vendetta who takes the cake. Okay, so just to respond to the question, Lighting, asking how do I determine which game to cast, it is actually really simple. I am trying to cast as many different teams as I can, and therefore, the 2 teams that I casted before, I'm not going to cast them again. And this just severely limits the, you know, the chances or the choices to cast the next games. But ultimately, it is quite arbitrary. I mean, there's no algorithm or predetermined way of doing things. I'm just trying to, you know, give as much screen time to as many different teams as possible. By the way, I am also just gonna send a quick cue to the observer. Putting yourself in a do not disturb mode will make it so that you don't get the notifications when one of your players, when one of your friends logs into the game, and that will make the overlay so much cleaner. And you guys did not see anything since we had the replays up. What a piece of magic right here. Okay, Phantom GG, they just lost here, so they will be defending the exact same kitchen area again. And with a bit of luck, they will be, you know, switching things up, updating their defense to patch the holes, so to speak, when compared to the previous rounds, to the previous round singular, to make sure to win, well, this one. Ultimately, do I see a big difference between the last round and this one? I wouldn't say it's a big one, but I do spot a major difference nonetheless, or a significant difference nonetheless, and it is going to be Mr. ILIL code bar. I don't know how to pronounce that gamer tag either. Vigil. Vigil will be making an appearance. That is going to be a dedicated roamer, unlike what we had last time around. Remember, Jaeger was roaming and he got cut down pretty easily because it was so easy to drone him out. So this time, having that dedicated operator could help out tremendously, because ultimately he will eventually get spotted out. I mean, the drones will be either jammed or he'll be out of battery and he will be, you know, spotted out just like any other operator. But until that happens, it is likely to take up a bit more time, and Mr. Coolbar can, you know, bring them in a wild goose chase. He can get spotted, flee away, cloak again, and now Vendetta no longer know where exactly he's roaming. And even though he's unlikely to get, you know, 3-4 kills, he is still outnumbered, even though we have 3 roamers right now. The time is a decisive factor, which should absolutely not be underestimated. So, in the meantime, however, Toothless Mage will be getting the first blood against Zaith. And right here, Nomad, that is, I thought it was Aquatic. Aquatic played it earlier, but Fond actually is going to get that kill again. So now we have a 5v3 situation. 2 defenders already down, and not even half of the round has been played. All in all, so far, Vendetta are having an excellent performance this round. Meatloaf will be cutting the losses short. He's going to be getting the first kill in Austin. Unfortunately, you know, it is a kill and all, but he didn't get, you know, an important VIP operator. Utility-wise, getting Thermite or Toothless could be quite important. He seems to think there's somebody hard right, or he was trying to get the Nomad air jab destroyed with the Nitro Cell. Unfortunately, that didn't work out too well. Jurogen will be reacting to that and getting a predictable kill. So, nice try with the Nitro Cell. Ultimately, it didn't work out too well. Better luck next time at this point is all I can say. Quenta is still on OBJ, so he's going to be the one that tries at the very least to deny the plant of the diffuser, but so far he's having no luck whatsoever. Jurojin is almost done, and there you have it. Quenta also getting a kill, so now it's back down to a 2v2 situation, and health pool wise things are looking really similar, right? Michi and Fawn are down to 1 bullet worth of health. Any mistake is going to be fatal for them, and you have a player with, you know, 100% of health as your backup. Though, currently, things are not looking too good for the defense. I mean, Quenta cannot, you know, take a step forward. He's really pinched and receiving a lot of pressure. Luckily for him, Michi gets a frag, but now things aren't looking too good. Quenta will have to try to defuse that, and of course, Fawn will be able to peek quite easily. But, oh, Quenta will be sticking to his guns, and that could even work! He sticks, he is gonna get it! Phantom GG winning simply due to an error on the attacker's part. It is unfortunate, but it looks like Vendetta went a bit too hard on the stay away from the diffuser, force him to rush you, and thus play for time thing, because if your opponent is on the diffuser, well then you are the one that has, you know, to run the distance which you have put between yourself and the lunchbox. And there you have it. It's going to be a 2-1 scoreline for the defense, so really it does go to show that the rankings don't really matter. On paper, like we talked about previously, Phantom GG should, you know, get demolished by Vendetta, since Vendetta have consistently, or have consistent higher MMRs than their counterparts. Unfortunately, that does not translate to actual reality so far, at the very least. Jiziek. Yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce half of those gamer tags, and I do not want to butcher them, so I'm so sorry if I am making a dumb mistake or if I'm humiliating myself. But hey, how are you doing? Welcome on the stream. Okay, round number 4. Since Phantom cannot get, you know, 2 rounds run back to back, they don't even have to step foot on their tertiary bomb site. So going back and forth between primary and secondary bomb site is on paper going to make things a bit easier for them, even if that situation is caused because they can't reliably win their rounds in the first place. Ultimately, Bard is going to be a gain, and even though Phantom GG won here the first time around, even though on paper they should be able to win again, should you look, you know, at their historical data, the asterisk, or you know, the footnote I want to add here is that since Vendetta attacked here again, since they lost here, attacked here already, since they lost here once before, at this point the defensive style should be known to them. They should know what to expect: reinforcements, roamers, Valkyrie camps, should there be any, and then since they're not, no Valkyrie camps will be there. But for example, the Maestro Evil Eye cameras, knowing where they are, what kind of blind spots they have, can be quite interesting. Because should Austin be out of utility, for example, and Toothless Smash be down, be dead, it would be quite difficult to destroy that Evil Eye camera if it was to not expose itself. But ultimately, we're just talking about hypothetical scenarios. Let's see how it actually plays out. Aquatic dropping down, expecting the camera, and there you have it. Ultimately, Austin still had one of those impact grenades on him, so it is not going to matter too much. And Austin is rushing, and he will be your point man, taking a Guma to the foot, not trusting himself. He seems to be expecting somebody to be in the bathroom, and there is someone. Whose silhouette is that? I couldn't tell. It is Dog, so Zaith will be the actual first line of defense for Phantom GG, and he will be eating a grenade to the face, causing a 4v5 situation. You can hear Jirojin's exothermic charge breaching something, but that wall ultimately was not needed. The attackers were already in there, weren't they? Meatloaf seems to be putting some pressure, right? But he will be receiving just as much pressure as he caused. The falling to the fire of Toothless Mage, who can already almost push into OBJ, but he will be falling under Quenta's fire. A 3v3 situation, but with Mr. IL code bar being really low. That give the health point advantage to the attack, but with a double kill in rapid succession, this is big. Aquatic, now last player alive, will have to try something, and he will get the refrag, thus get a vengeance for both of his dead teammates. He is still in a, you know, tough situation. 47 seconds remaining on the clock. This isn't dramatic. This isn't the end of the world, but he has a 2v1 to get. He can't plant the diffuser because he would have nobody covering him. Since the one silhouette is in the bathroom, and bathroom has been reinforced rather than breached with a rotation hole, it is basically a 1v1 situation. As long as Bandit doesn't rotate, Aquatic is going to find himself simply isolated against Quenta, who will fall, by the way. So with the camera now being destroyed, he seems to be expecting Michi to come back. Michi, by the way, did rotate perfectly. And with 15 seconds remaining on the clock, Bandit could almost start playing for time, but unfortunately he's going to be peaked. He's going to be peaked quite aggressively. And Aquatic will be getting the, you know, small clutch, but, you know, he still gets MVP for the round since he single-handedly picked up where his teammates, well, left him to hang and dry. And that will be bringing the scores back to a 2-2 situation. Neither team able to get a decisive advantage. I mean, we're still fairly early into the game, but a 4-0 or even a 3-1 situation would already be somewhat daunting. Such a comeback isn't impossible, nor would it be unheard of. But it would still be a disadvantaged situation for either of those teams that would be in the hypothetical disadvantage here. So, you love to see it, and having lost on bar, you won't be too surprised that Phantom DG go bar again next round. So, it is going to be basically a back and forth that kind of starts to establish itself. I had commented about how a bar defense had been played before. Phantom had won, so Vendetta could use, you know, the prior knowledge to their advantage to, you know, fix what didn't work. Well, now it's going to be the same thing, but the other way around. Phantom GG just lost here. They know what doesn't work. They know what they should do to make sure they don't fall victim to the same push again. And should I apply the same logic that I used last time, I wouldn't be too surprised if the orange team was to take the win here. By the way, you are absolutely seeing a bit of, you know, updates and adaptation on the defensive side. Mira will be making an appearance. Overall, the defensive setup seems very similar, right? The reinforced walls are roughly the same. IL, Mr. Kobar is going to be putting one Mira window on a two-wall reinforcement, so that one's going to be intel based only. No way to be used as a point, you know, to peek aggressively, to play aggro. Yeah, I'm not going to be fighting with pronunciation tonight. Aquatic already the terrace. Let's see where or how he wants to rappel up, because I think it is, if my memory serves me right, it is Austin who likes to rappel on the cafe window and hold the angle directly on OBJ. You know, cut off some rotations and unsuspecting opponents and all that good stuff. That does make him quite vulnerable to runouts. And that might be why Aquatic is down here droning, possibly putting a claymore, if not, you know, inserting himself through pillars. And in that instance, no defender would just run up there if you had somebody in the area. But one thing that really does elude me is why Fawn wants to insert through there. I mean, if there's a roamer, you hardly want your hard breachers to be the point on the first line of defense against such a, or your first line of offense rather, against such a threat, because the utility they carry is quite VIP, is quite important. Though, I mean, in Vendetta's defense, you do have all three hard breaching or allowed hard breaching operators that are being fielded this round. So losing Fond would hardly be a major deterrent hard breaching wise, right? Still, for the time being, Vendetta, they are having a lot less progress to report, right? Last time around, at that point in the round, they were already knocking on OBJ's door. So, they did breach a wall or two. There are, you know, destroying utility of Austin right here, for example. But no kill has yet to happen. And, therefore, I mean, you can really see that Vendetta cannot just walk right into OBJ. Having all 5 defenders still up will make the bomb site so much of a harder nut to crack. Austin being the first death to Meatloaf. Meatloaf, who will be refragged immediately by Jurojin, so neither team gets the advantage out of that situation. Michi will fall to Aquatic's fire. But you still do have Cuenta, who holds the angle should Aquatic rush in too aggressively. How is he not dead yet? Okay, I was quite surprised, but ultimately Cuenta is not gonna be, you know, too distracted. Jurogen gets the frag on IL, leaving us with a 2v3 situation. Diffuser is gonna get planted, and I don't know if Cuenta's Evil Eye cameras have been destroyed. The one under the new hatch by the mezzanine is down, right? But the other one maybe could have denied the plant of the diffuser. Unlikely, ultimately. And the drop here was expected, but not caught off, ultimately leaving us with Cuenta in a 1v3 situation. If Vendetta won the last round, and if I said, okay, so Phantom could probably win this one, my prediction seems to be looking not too realistic like at this point. The 3K can still happen, right? But it will have to happen in record time. And visibly, Cuenta does not know where his opponents are, so having this cautious approach, as we could see, is just too difficult. It was just too much to ask of him. And it looks like Jurojin had intel, so that disparity between the two teams just ended up proving fatal. Okay, I have a question in chat. Jeski asking, what is my website to manage tournaments? There are a few. We personally here at the DAL use Battlefy, so yeah, exactly like it's pronounced, the ATTFY. If you yourself plan on organizing tournaments, I quite like Battlefy a lot because I feel like it is a self-sufficient platform. A lot of other orgs will be using tournaments. Tournament actually seems to be more, I want to say, popular among the R6 community. Google Trends does put Battlefy on top, but from what I could tell, from my personal point of view, it seems like tournament is being used a bit more. Ultimately, why am I mentioning this? A lot of community orgs will be using tournaments as a read-only platform. So basically, we will be managing everything. We'll be saying that the players, oh, you're playing this game against that team, and then we will be manually putting the results on the website. And the website is really just a point of reference which you can read, but not interact with. We are giving a lot of autonomy to our players, and we let the players create accounts on the websites, register their own teams, register the tournaments themselves, rather than having us add them and entering the scores on their own. And that is why we're using Battlefy, like I said, self-sufficient platform. Okay, if I was to take a look here, it does look like Vendetta are doing something somewhat different than what they did last time around, or 2 rounds ago actually, 2 defenses a year ago. Because the first time we played Kitchen, they breached the freezer wall, and they inserted through that side of the building. The second time around, they breached the main entrance actually, and they planted through the main wall there. Bakery was the term I was looking for. And they should have won, but then Fond, I believe, made a mistake and pushed in too late, so that allowed the diffuser to be counter-diffused. And therefore, I really do not know which team I would expect to win here. It is really tied. Both teams are at odds of winning. Aquatic will be the first death, though. And right here, oh, the timing! As soon as Zaith peeks. Well, Austin's longer there. Hard breaching seems to have been a success by looking at or by just picking up on the audio cues. Austin will be taking a lot of damage, and ultimately he'll be put down. But unfortunately, Zaith was not ready for that. Was not ready for Font to peek him. Toothless also getting a nice kill, bringing this back down to a 3v3 situation. It seems like Toothless is currently... Oh yeah, the frag grenades are being tossed in here. If there still was a Jaeger ADS or Bandit battery, it is now gone, and therefore Jin is now at odds of breaching the main wall. Unfortunately for the attackers, at that distance, the British SAS shotgun is just going to prove fatal. And, well, Michi is also going to get a nice little kill here. That is going to be winning the orange team yet another round, bringing this back to a 3v3 scoreline, just in time for the role swap, actually. So, we will be having the halftime situation with neither team having any advantage whatsoever. I mean, for example, you could say, okay, the rounds were won by a landslide, or you could say the rounds were played fairly close. I feel like Vendetta should have won the one round when they planted the diffuser in kitchen and they failed to protect it adequately. So maybe you could say, Vendetta seemed to be by a tiny margin a bit better than their opponents, but they're making too many mistakes, which ultimately brings them down, right? But I wouldn't be ready to make such an assumption or such an assessment. So, yeah, ultimately, the overtime situation would not surprise me in the slightest. Halftime and role swap can actually absolutely have an impact on the game as a whole. Because here, let's suppose Phantom GG are better at defending than they're at attacking. Well, at this point, Vendetta would just start winning rounds after rounds after round. And, you know, only a few short months ago, I would have said that this map is defense-sided, and therefore Vendetta, by keeping the scores tied, even though they had the quote-unquote harder side, could be considered as being the better team. But the meta has shifted, and the map is now really balanced as far as I'm concerned. So, for real, I could not tell you who I expect to see take the cake here. One thing is for sure, Vendetta, they know how to attack the top floor, and therefore they also know how to defend it. I'm referring to Aquatic, who just used his castle barricades on both the window, on cocktail bar, I want to say, and on the white stairs. By doing that, no rappel and no nifty angles are going to be able to be held from outside into the OBJ. Unlike, you know, they like to hold those angles themselves, so they know how dangerous these can be. And I want to say that's like the interest here. Oh gosh, right here, that is going to be Potato City. Austin should have gotten 2 kills here. Unfortunately, he's going to, you know, roughly get Qn down to half his health, but not too much more. And Twitch, Zaith, not losing any hit points whatsoever. That is unfortunate, really unfortunate, because Austin had not been droned out. Austin's position was not known by the attackers whatsoever. So really unfortunate, but ultimately he will be the architect of his own demise. He just wasted too many bullets, and you know, he potatoed all over the place. He deserved to die, to put it that way. Meatloaf apparently wanted to breach that, got shot at, ultimately waiting a little bit, and there you have it, the breach will be happening. Another magnet being put out. Toothless absolutely ready for that push. What's he gonna do? He doesn't want to use up the utility too early, right? Because if you can keep those toxic babes into the last, say, minute or even 30 seconds of the round, it can be an absolute game changer. So using them too early would be a detriment. But ultimately, if you're receiving pressure, better alive with no utility than dead with all 3 toxic babes in your back pocket. I mean, the utility either way would be lost. And the difference is, in the one situation, you still have a gun up, and in the other one, well, you yourself are also down. That seems to be tossed a bit better, but I don't see the attacker's health dwindling. So it seems like whoever is over there, I thought it was IQ, but Kuenta seems to be a floor below. Well, they're not taking too much damage. Won't be for Michi. A grenade will get a nice kill on Fond. That Zofia K79 will be caught up by the, or will be eaten by the magnet Wamai, or Wamai's magnet, but ultimately the second wall will actually detonate. Meatloaf getting a nice kill on Jurojin. This is now looking really good for Phantom GG. Aquatic and Toothless are now the two last remaining operators. The good news is they are on bomb site, so they don't have to rotate back up. But the bad news is they are just right outside of OBJ. Diffuser will be planted, and no real way of denying that. And at this point, I would say things are looking extremely bad. How did you not get the drone? I was going to say they look really bad because of that player on the roof. It is extremely hard as a defender to peek those kinds of angles, but once the diffuser has been planted, you have no choice but to peek it because there's no other way around. And there you have it, Meatloaf, just hiding behind the jewelry counter, getting a nice little kill, and winning his team another round. I was, putting the hypothesis out there that one team is better at attacking than defending, and that the role swap might change things up. It is rare that we see rounds won with such a decisive margin, but Phantom GG seem to have a relative ease at attacking compared to their performances on defense. So maybe the orange team will be taking the cake here. It remains to be seen ultimately, but I believe their chances just are looking really good if I was to base my assumption on that last round. Granted, my sample size is, a single round, so it is not going to be as, I want to say, viable or as rigorous as I would like it to be, but ultimately we still saw the same round. Everybody saw the same round. It's Fade saying, should I follow you? Well, it is up to you. If you like what you see, you should definitely follow. If you don't, maybe following would not be the wisest choice ever. I'm just trying to keep it real, right? I mean, somebody would say, other people would say, hey, you should follow, you should also absolutely subscribe. But if you don't like the content, your free time and your leisure time would be better spent elsewhere. And you are the only one that can make that decision. Though, I do have a bias here. I would rather have the one outcome than the other, but it is not my choice to make. Nonetheless, hi Fades, how are you doing? Welcome on the stream and welcome to the community. I hope you stay for a while, but if you decide not to, I would also understand why. So, round number 7 was been played on bar, and it has been won by the orange team. Round number 8, and this is what I meant when I said the meta has, or this is one of the things I said when I meant the meta has shifted recently. The proper way of defending reading has been figured out, and before it would have been considered as a tertiary bomb site, but Vendetta play it as a secondary bomb site ironically. So sometimes, you'll be going on the unexpected area just to throw your opponents off guard, to cause them to have a composition that is ill-equipped for the area they have to push. This time, they're not playing this information card. They truly believe it is the best area ever, or their best possible choice that they have, given that they just didn't win on bar. They could have gone up there again, but they elected not to. Aquatic will be taking a lot of damage, but he is still stubbornly alive and still stubbornly holding the line. One thing is for sure, for the time being, Phantom GG, they're not going to be pushing forward. It is unfortunate for Toothless Mage the way he got killed, right? Because, I mean, you have 45 seconds in the preparation phase. If you are not ready after those 45 seconds, that kind of unfortunate deaths can occur. And the attackers are already in the dining room area. Diffuser could actually be planted if... I don't believe Meatloaf is on OBJ though, so he just has to rotate back in, and things will be looking really good. Plus, the ceiling isn't destructible there. So, for example, your last defender alive, Jurojin, he is above. He can look through the hatch. He gets a kill. By the way, he gets another one right here, so that is looking good. But ultimately, he'll be powerless to deny the plant of the diffuser. The good thing is, he got the kill of the bear, and now... I'm not sure if he knows that or not, but he holds access to said diffuser. Oh no! He wanted to toss out a toxic babe! Okay, utility can be really, really strong, but if you have a grenade, no matter the kind, in your hands while you're actively receiving bullets from your enemies, your chances of survival go down drastically. It's Fades, just followed. Hey, thanks for that. Welcome to the community. Like I said, I hope you enjoy your stay. So, that was yet another round of attack won by Phantom GG. One I don't want to say that I didn't expect. It's not too surprising ultimately, but still, I would have expected Vendetta to not lose in such a decisive fashion. I mean, maybe I'm just stuck in the past, but to me it feels... I still feel like this map is a tiny bit defense-sided. Or I still don't know how to properly attack it, maybe is what I should be saying instead. So I know it is my personal bias and everything, but I still am expecting the defense to take it out to win the round a bit more often. Ultimately, this is just not the case. Phantom GG are miles better at attacking than they're defending. That is being cemented by every other round they win. I'll follow by and got the money. Fades. I'm not asking for a sub. I mean, for real, I do this because I like doing this, and I am not here to beg other people for money. So yeah, if you end up deciding to sub, it would be appreciated, but don't feel the need to. And you know, don't feel like you have to be contributing monetarily to be a valued member of the community. Just being there, just putting in energy in the chat is more than enough. By the way, Kid Synergy saying Phantom is only good at attacking on Cafe. We suck on every other map. Yeah, because you're their coach. So on that front, what I would say instead of saying, oh well, you're good here but not too good elsewhere, I will just say GG's on the map ban, because Vendetta could have banned Cafe anytime they liked, right? But they decided not to. And Phantom just baited them into picking the right map. I don't recall who got first ban here, and it looks like Austin will be taking a lot of damage. Ultimately not getting the kill he was looking for. Toothless gets one though. So that might be the end of the attacking reign for Phantom. Oh gosh, Aquatic taking a bit damage. If he got a bullet, why isn't he receiving, you know, a mag full, and why isn't he dead? Was it his teammate who was trolling him? Because I don't believe like his feet were exposed from the skylight or anything like that. But once again, if an attacker had a line of sight on him, why only shoot a single bullet? I would be inclined to think it was a troll, but you are not. You are in a competitive setting here. You shouldn't be trolling on, like, you know, in casual or in unranked. That mystery put aside, simply being in a 3v5 situation is not enough to break the attacker's morale. Toothless getting another kill, that is becoming to be a daunting advantage that they now have. Hard right, there was somebody right here, but that somebody dropped down the hatch. So, oh gosh, that is unfortunate, but there you have it. One tap by Meatloaf. Diffuser still is lost. The good news is the attackers have control of top floor. But top floor control is nice and all. It is really good if you want to cover a teammate that is planting, but you don't have the diffuser and you haven't cleared out the OBJ itself, so you can plant by merely having top floor control. There is somebody right here. He will be receiving pressure, but still getting the kill. That is now a double kill by Meatloaf. My question would be Michi, because he seems to have been laying low for quite some time. He is still on the first floor, I believe, and okay, so he's just running up the stairs right now. But by having held a low profile for so long, he could have been interesting, you know, it could have been interesting for him to roam, but ultimately Austin was the better roamer, and he has, you know, shot him from behind, leaving us with Meatloaf in a 1v3 situation, which he unfortunately cannot win. It did not look like he was going to win the face-to-face firefight. Ultimately, that does not matter, because Austin went just a room above and got yet another kill. There you have it, Jaeger being extremely sneaky and getting rewarded for that. And let's go with the replays. That round was, I don't want to say unfortunate, but we missed out on a fair amount of kills. I mean, it is normal, right? The observer cannot get every single frag every single time. There are like 10 players gunning and only one of us spectating. But ultimately, you saw a few attackers die really early into the round. Not too early to believe that they were, you know, spawn kills and that kind of stuff. But still early enough that they must have been careless. They must not have droned. They must have been surprised by their opponent's positioning, which, by the way, can be really, really possible. We've seen, I believe, 2 rounds ago. Oh, the first round on bar, actually. Was it Austin with Valkyrie in the kitchen area, who should have gotten a double kill, but he potatoed, thus revealing his position without getting a kill, and then he just got shot dead. So I imagine the same situation, but this time the roamers don't miss their shots and actually get the kills. That kind of stuff could happen fairly easily, right? Ultimately, we didn't see this, but it would be, you know, my running assumption. For the time being, after having won a defense on reading, one thing is somewhat surprising. Vendetta, they're not going to go bar again. Instead, they elect to choose or to try a kitchen defense, which we haven't seen before, by the way. So, yeah, you try to get cafe every time. Makes sense, since, you know, like you said, your only good attacking map seems to be cafe. It would, you know, add up if you try to always play on your best map. The danger here, however, is if you always play your strongest map, you will of course be revealing your strats. I mean, for example, right here, by playing on stream, somebody else, another team, could be scouting you out and could be, you know, could be learning how you play and counter strat you effectively in the future. So going all out, of course, is likely to gain you a few victories, but I don't know if on the long run it might even be detrimental. So here will be my little suggestion to you. You are currently winning on cafe, or it looks like you're going to be winning on cafe, and it is going to take a bit of time to your opponents to effectively counter-strat you, assuming you get scouted in the first place, right? So use that time that you have before your strats become less efficient to, you know, develop good strategies on other maps to diversify your portfolio, so to say. Even though this would be more of a technical term in the investment world, you get my idea. Okay. A kill and a refrag, Zaith being Hibana, hard breaching capabilities being lost. It is always unfortunate, but if you look at Phantom GG here, they have Thermite, Hibana, well, they had Hibana and also Maverick, so losing the one operator is hardly going to be, you know, a big blow to the attack. So Michi is still trying to come in through small bakery. Jurojin holding the angle but falling back. And it seems to be quite... it is going to be quite interesting. As you can see, there is a castle barricade on the left of Jurojin, so he cannot vault through and flee through the window there. Therefore, he's kind of stuck in a cul-de-sac. His only way out is going to be through the doorway, which Michi, though he's not watching like a hawk, he would cut off a rotation should Jurojin, you know, run out carelessly. And it looks like... Oh, no! Michi being dangerously low on intel. We'll be paying the price for that. I mean, you knew that somebody was there. We saw like how cautious you were when peeking the stairway. And knowledge is power, but it's not going to guarantee you the kill. Meatloaf is going to learn that the hard way. Jirojin now does have the diffuser. I believe IL, Mr. Coldbar, I really don't know how to pronounce that gamer tag, was able to successfully hard breach the wall. As you can see, there's a thermite opening right here and another one directly in the bakery. But though he tries to push in, it's not going to matter. Austin gets a kill and will just tell him, you are not setting foot on my bomb site. Quenta, now last player alive, is going to have to pull off a 1v4 situation. With no diffuser, things are looking dire to say the least. I mean, he doesn't have time to run from one opponent to the other, and he doesn't have diffuser, so he is in a no-win situation. And there you have it. Thanks to the timer, Vendetta Esports are bringing the scores tied once again. It is unfortunate, but there you have it. Orange team, Phantom GG, were able to win 2 rounds in a row. Vendetta did just the same. And just like that, we are back to a 5-5 scoreline. I wouldn't be too surprised, like I said, to see an overtime situation. These two teams seem to be really well tied. And that's what we like, right? Because if it is a blowout game, you know already who's going to win, and the game is so much less exciting. Here, I don't know about you, but I'm on the edge of my seat, and I really do want to know how it's going to turn out. One thing is for sure, ever since the role swap, I don't want to say that more mistakes have been made, but more mistakes have been made under my eyes. More mistakes that I can point out to. Remember... Oh, Ashes, by posting in the chat, I assume your match is over? Remember the first round on defense after the role swap for Vendetta when they had Valkyrie in the kitchen, potatoing hard? I am mentioning this time and time again, right? This was quite intense. But also, just look at this run right here with Sofia Amici, who just rushes in, not knowing that Jirojin is right there. That kill right here. So both teams making simple mistakes. And at this point, since both teams are really close, since both teams are really tied, I could almost even say that the team that makes the least amount of mistakes is likely to win, because by default, both teams are head-to-head. are really tight. We are prepping other maps, and this is only our second tournament. Okay, so as a team, you're still fairly new. I see. It absolutely does make sense. Well, welcome to the tournament, by the way. So a new team. Hi, that's nice to see. We've had other teams that came to us because they had been banned by like 3 other orgs, right? I don't recall the exact orgs, but when you get banned by, say for example, ESA, Upsurge, ESL, well then, I mean, your reputation isn't the best, and they came to us, or they came and they played in our tournaments simply because they hadn't been banned here yet. So, by having people like you, who are not here, or who are here by choice actually, and who like to choose to participate in our tournaments, that is always nice to see. Okay, if I was to take a look at this map, at this game right here, the defense is going to be Bar. Remember also that Bar has not yet been won by Vendetta Esports ever since they started defending. They've tried it only once, granted, but should we go off of historical data, Phantom GG rather, could find themselves in a match point situation fairly quickly. Aquatic already losing a little bit of health and will be getting a kill on Quenta in return, so that trade was worthwhile. There is another silhouette down there, but I believe that player is outside, so no roam from Aquatic would get an easy kill. He could always run out, but that would be a great risk to take. Other than that, you do have some attackers on the roof. They will likely be attempting to get a kill or two through skylight, through the hatch before dropping down. But there are way too many defenders on, on and around the bomb site to make such an easy push viable or, simple, basically. Mechi apparently is going to be trying to get an angle by rappelling up there. It is one of the signature Vendetta move, so I would be somewhat surprised if it actually bore fruit. Not that I'm saying he's running into a trap, right? I'm just saying Vendetta like to hold the angle. They know how dangerous it can be, and as a defenders, they are going to be aware of the potential dangers that it causes. But Austin getting a kill on Zaith, now a 3v5 situation, it's becoming daunting. A little bit at the very least. IL has dropped down here. Oh, he's no longer watching the angle at the worst time possible. Timing is everything. But unfortunately, the timing gods will not be with him tonight. Meatloaf getting a kill. This is going to be help. This will be, a great help to bridge the gap between these two teams, player-wise. And for the time being, however, I don't see Phantom making any progress. With only 20 seconds remaining on the clock, they have very little time to either get the diffuser down or to get the kills. Speaking of planting the diffuser, on his far left, there is going to be Toothless Mage. How are you not dead? And he's planted! Did you not learn that there's somebody behind you? Oh my god, that is unfortunate, but Toothless getting a double kill as soon as he, comes out. Does not get the triple, but timer still ran out. So there you have it, Vendetta Esports winning round number 11. And that is going to be match point, but just not for the team which I expected to see take the round. Ultimately, it looks like your blue team is on a roll. They won 3 rounds in a row at this point. They absolutely do have the momentum on their side. Plus, being backs against the wall might be a motivating factor for Phantom GG. You do see from time to time players or teams, depending on what level you want to talk about, that will be performing better under pressure, as if it was to give some extra incentive, whereas other people will just falter under the pressure, and that's absolutely the case. Meatloaf, you got shot at from behind, never even turning around or acknowledging Motzi's presence. Motzi being Toothless Mage, yeah. Toothless Mage, unpunished here, even though he potatoed, right? He didn't get the kill in the first time around. So yeah, highly unfortunate, but that is what I mean when I said that the team with the committing the least amount of mistakes is likely to win it. I mean, Thermite maybe could have, turned around, gotten the flick shot off, and then he could have planted the diffuser safely. I know we're talking about hypotheticals, but that is still the only way they could have won the round. Is the observer, AFK? Because we're still in the overheads. Okay, no, he's here. Okay. Great. So if I was just to respond to your question, and sorry for the delays and everything, what game will I be hosting for round 3? I saw your question, Kinsey. So Lightning asking the same question. It's a good question because round 3 has not yet been generated, and I do not know which team is going to play against which for round number 3. if I was to explain the way this works, or the way Swiss round works, it is fairly similar to round robin, as it is round based. You win a game, you win 3 points. You have a tie, which we don't have because we have overtime enabled. Both teams get a point, and if you lose one, you don't get any point. However, a Swiss will be having teams with a similar track record play against each other. Basically, if both teams, for example, round number 2, both of these teams come off of a victory, and therefore both these teams are tied, and you have them play against each other to break some tie. So who plays against who for the next round depends on the outcome of this for a varying round. This is why I couldn't tell you who I'm gonna cast. But what I can tell you is I'm going to be trying to cast a game in which no team I've casted before plays. It is vague. And if in every single match there is a team which I've casted against a team which I have not yet casted, I'm going to have to make a choice, which is going to be arbitrary ultimately. Right here, Michi, it's the exact same thing we're talking about. Peeking in, kind of expecting, but then turn around immediately like he was expecting, but not 100%. It's easy to toss a drone, and yeah, I mean, sure, Georgian's playing mute, so there's likely a mute jammer there, and therefore, you know, taking incel on his position was likely not exactly easy. But Michi was off, yeah, he could have tossed it in a concussion nade, would have detonated mid-air. He would have known there's somebody in there. And visibly, Meatloaf is also short on intel. Juro is no longer there. Sledge has breached the wall behind him. The toilet were vacant. The toilets, plural, were vacant. That is really, really unfortunate. Nonetheless, things are looking kind of good for Vendetta. Phantom, I mean, Vendetta do have the numerical advantage, but Phantom almost have top floor control. You still have, I don't want to say it is Austin's silhouette, so Jaeger in the white stairs, and Aquata getting a kill on the IL. No, a 2v5 situation. Phantom won 2 rounds, but that's all. Wow. Okay, so Cuenca here on Repel could get a nice kill. He does. Advantage of Surprise, though, has been lost, and Toothless Mage gets the kill on Meatloaf. It is going to be a 1v4 situation. Backs against the wall. If Cuenca cannot pull this off, it is going to be a good round, and GG. He is going to have to attempt it. Playing ballsy, I like that, but of course he was expected. And there you have it, Vendetta Esports winning the round, winning the game. So, Vendetta, ultimately, they had a really solid performance. As in, Phantom GG won 2 rounds after the rule swap. Like, we were commenting on, oh, well, it looks like they're really good on offense. But then Vendetta doing the 180, the reverse sweep, and winning 4 rounds back-to-back, bringing us to the 7-5 scoreline, which we are seeing right here. So, nicely done. Nice try. As far as Phantom GG is concerned, well, you will have this VOD to go over. You can use this to, you know, figure out your weak spots, figure out what mistakes you made. One easy would be Michi right here. Concussion nade can be used as a enemy, I'm gonna say, detection gadget. But yeah, in that instance, a few easy mistakes have been made by both teams, and it is gonna be fairly, I want to say, not disappointing, but it is unfortunate to see this kind of mistakes being made. But ultimately, there you have it. There you have it. Let's just see the replay one more time. Repelling in, being quite aggressive. He was low on intel, didn't know what to do, and it showed. Ultimately, it kind of showed. So, I will have received... Oh gosh, this might... okay. So yeah, the observer will be taking a little break. Ultimately, there's like the map and phase and everything to be done, so it's not going to matter too much. Okay, I'm receiving a few Discord DMs, which I'm gonna have to manage. But for the time being, let's just do the one thing. Let's type in the results. So Vendetta Esports against Phantom GG. It is gonna be a GG, but it is gonna be for Vendetta, who won 7-5. Ultimately, no blowout. Both these teams were nicely tied, and it would be possible that Vendetta only had, you know, to scout out their opponents. Ultimately, when they found out the way Phantom GG plays, they were able to counteract and counter-strat them when you're this predictable. Not that it necessarily was on the mind of the players, but Vendetta possibly just needed 2 or 3 rounds to realize how Phantom plays to successfully counteract them. How does the points work week by week? Yes, that is an extremely good question. And we're going to be using last week's points to illustrate that, okay? And ultimately, the last game of this round has not yet been finished. So therefore, I cannot yet generate the round number 3. Okay. Yeah, just to make sure. Oh, well, the other team, the other game, a member, which I have in my friends list, because of course I'm casting them, I have to invite them here and there, is in the menu. So it looks like either they're in a rehost, they haven't yet started, which I hope is not the case, or they have actually finished their game. So I do have housekeeping items to take care of, but I have not forgotten your question, and I will be answering it as soon as I can. Okay, so they are not yet done. I have received confirmation of that. And they say, yeah, they're done. Okay. Okay, so it looks like the players cannot upload the results themselves if they don't have a screenshot to prove the scores. Oh, and Kool-Aid won. Okay, so if Crystal's saying Kool-Aid won, then their Kool-Aid is unlikely to dispute that outcome. So 7-5. Okay. Okay. So with every match being entered, we can now take a look at the standings. So far, Axios, though they had a free win because they had a bye, they have a flawless, track record so far. So do UMC, OMRC, and so do Vendetta. So out of these 3 teams, 2 of them should likely play against each other next round. Then Alvin, Anima, and Kool-Aid and Kilas have a victory and a defeat, all 4 of them. So these, there's going to be 2 games between these 2 teams, between these 4 teams. God damn it, I'll have the math right. And Phantom GG and Crystal Clear Gaming, they have 2 defeats each. So they are likely to play against each other next round. Let's just make sure that's how the algorithm really works. Once round has been generated, you will not be able to edit the scores. Yes, I know we are correct. So Crystal Clear Gaming does get the bye. Vendetta, Kilas. Okay, so we will be doing preparing the map bans, and while the players map ban, I'll be responding to your question. Okay. Let me just get the housekeeping out of the way. Okay, yeah. So Vendetta Esports again, Kilas. Coin flip, and Kilas gets first ban. That's number 1. Number 2 is going to be here. OMRC against Axios. That match is likely to be really good. Axios, for those of you who don't know, they are playing in CACL, and OMRC, they are. I don't know if it's like the official roster, but they're not playing under the official name. But they are basically a university team. So they are likely to be, a level more serious than your regular community scene, community org. Okay, they already knew that. Leaving us with Phantom against Kool-Aid Brigade. / coin flip, and Phantom gets first ban. Okay, yeah. To respond to the question of how does the point system work, at the end of the 4 rounds, you will have won a certain amount of points, which will create a standing. Right? We already have it right here, though it is not the final version because not every game has been played. For the time being, it looks a little something like this. I'm making it bigger so it's not tiny on your screen, but here you have it. We're not taking the tiebreaker parameters into current consideration. So should this be the end, Axios and OMRC and Vendetta Esports would be considered tied, even though they are the opponent win percentage and the victory percentage, which go into factor to break those ties. We're not taking that into consideration. Okay, and so you win seasonal points depending on your positioning in the standings. So if I go in here, they're listed. The first team will gain 100 seasonal points, second 45, third 30, fourth 20. The teams 5 to 8 will be gaining 6 points, and the ninth team will be gaining 3. If we had up to 32 teams, the 17th to 32nd team would gain a single point. So we add them up on our own website, which is daleague.ca. It looks a little something like this for the time being. Really bare bones. If you don't know the league, you're not going to be learning new things, or who are we, what do we do, where to register. None of that. It is still a work in progress, but for the time being, it's just a ranking system. And with that ranking system, what your seasonal standing looks like. At the end of the season, the top 8 teams will be invited to the playoffs. Should a team in the top 8 not be interested in participating, of course, the invite will be extended to the 9th, 10th team, depending on how many teams do not elect not to participate. So I think that's going to be, a quick explanation, a quick and dirty explanation. Let's go back to the brackets and let's take a look. I'm receiving a few questions. Gosh, receiving a few little different things. Oh, okay. Give me a second. Up. Let's send him this. Kilas, so I'm receiving a question, or actually I'm being asked to stream Kilas right now. The other 2 teams play against each other. Who else? Okay, so here, Kenny, here's the standing. Here is the bracket actually. Okay. So yeah, so if I was to look at this, we have casted Phantom. Have we casted Anima Vestra? I don't think so. So, in order to cast as many different teams as possible. Oh, I did not post the message in that chat. / coin flip up. Anima Vestra gets the first ban. Did I post the message on every? Okay, and Kool-Aid Brigade and Phantom aren't chatting too much. Okay, this is always a slow time because we have to check on the teams to make sure the map ban is going correctly. Okay, so it looks. So yeah, we'll be casting we'll be casting Axios against OMRC because we haven't casted them before, and this match is likely to be really interesting. Both of these teams have not yet suffered a single defeat. So to the players who reached out and asked me to cast Kilas, I'll be casting you next round. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be casting them next round, but for the time being, while the observer is setting things up. By the way, let me just get back on that POV. It's gonna be a bit more interesting. I want to say. And it is quite humid in here, so sorry about my hair. Yeah, it's not looking the best. So yeah, Kilas against Vendetta Esport, that map ban is going great. OMRC against Axios, that map bang is going great, and the Observer setting up the game as we speak. Alvin Squad against them. Okay, Alvin Squad against Anima Vestra. The map ban is starting, so that's good. And here we had a total radio silence as far as that map ban is concerned. Phantom GG and Kool-Aid Brigade, are you still there? Okay. There's that. Yeah, I'll have to DM them. So let's poke the players. It's unfortunate, but it has to be done. And for Phantom GG, let me just get here the participants. Phantom GG's Discord would be this one, which I don't have in my friends list. So let's send them a friend request. Awesome. Now we can probably find them. There we have it. Also, let me just change up my privacy settings because I cannot send messages to people that are not on my friends list, and that is, yeah, not the best. Not the best. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, there's somebody where I can. Get confidentiality and security. I think that is the one. Like authorized DMs from people that are not on your friends list. I don't know. Doesn't matter too much. Doesn't matter. But for the time being, doesn't really matter because... Yeah, Zaith doesn't seem to be here. Oh, wait, give me a sec. On Phantom GG, we just casted them, right? So we're going to have one or two of them in our friends list. I.e. Okay, so...
Ants, are you ready to start the match?
Yeah, so I have a question for you. So there's the one team, or the one game where no map ban yet has been done, okay?
Yep.
And so... so the one I can get in contact through Discord with the one team, but the other one is Phantom GG, which we just casted. I cannot contact them on Discord, but since you just casted them, since we just casted them, you just hosted their game, you are gonna have one of them in your friends list.
Yep.
Can you try to DM them through Uplay? Because
the code bar red.
yeah, code bar, yeah.
He doesn't seem online again now. He
Oh
seems
gosh.
Yep, it's not on Rainbow Six now. But I will chat with him. You have oh boy. You have an other game.
So yeah, it is gonna be the effort to try to contact them. Let's see what it gives. If not, I mean, it's gonna be a free win.
So can I start?
Let me just finish to type the one message in Discord, then yes.
All right. Waiting for prod.
Yeah, that'd be unfortunate to have a no-show, but I guess that's the way things are.
Oh, I got a message. Oh no, notification.
Well, so without further ado, if they're not there, they're not there. So yeah, let's jump into that game. I have not seen the map, man. What map are we playing? We're playing Oregon. Let me just update also the in-game UI. So we're gonna have Axios from. Did he respond?
No. I just got the protest in my DMs. Not from this team. No. Yeah, another match. On a game on Battlefield, but it's not online anymore on Rainbow Six Siege.
Meh.
Maybe they rage quit or they don't understand.
But they did not lose by such a big margin. It shouldn't be like raging or anything.
Maybe they thought they were eliminated.
So here, at this point, we've done what we can reasonably do. We contacted them on the channels of the mediums of communication which we have at our disposal, and I've instructed the other team to simply in 15 minutes, if they're not there, to open up a protest for no show, and then they're gonna get the free win. So
Yep.
at this point, we done what we reasonably could. So let's jump right into the game because we're just gonna be sitting here waiting for next to nothing. So Axios against OMRC, two big teams who yet have to get their first loss, and both French Canadian teams as well. Well, two Canadian teams. Axios, they do have one or two players that don't speak French, so let's not call them French Canadians yet.
Oh, really? That's the same thing that the last time.
Yeah. Yeah, stream channel. Silence is gonna be hands off before you. Silence, you were streamed before. You've been casted by us before. Come on. You got casted on this very channel. Okay. So hey guys in chat, how are you all doing? How is your day going? And yeah, all in all, how are things? Because for us right now, things are not going, too well. That's nothing. So you know what? Let me do one thing or two, and in the live CG software, since we do have a bit of free time on our hands, because you'll be pleased. Which we don't like to hear, but there it is. Let's bring this, say, here. Clear the middle of the screen. I hope this is going to be looking good. Okay. Yeah, you're sure you didn't hit L instead? Because I would be prone to think you did. Because, I mean, that mistake has happened twice now. And it would be like a really dumb mistake. So that's why I don't think you hit L by accident. Nonetheless, Axios against OMRC, what do you expect from that game? And like, I'm really just asking you a question, Zug, because having a discussion is always better than having, a monologue.
What did you say?
Who do you think is going to win that game?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I know really well the Axios team, but not about the OMRC. Axios is strong. I never seen Axios play on this map. So
but they've played in the Summer Cup here before.
Yep, but I do not saw this map.
Okay.
But
well,
I know UDM is supposed to be a good team too.
Yeah.
Axios in the Challenger League. Axios is pretty strong on communication and droning. So let's see this game.
Yep, absolutely. Is it possible that your mic isn't muted in OBS? Because I heard you like with a tiny little echo.
Maybe. Let me do Alt Tab.
Yep, yeah, so we're going to be missing out on the operator bands here, but Maverick Thatcher, nothing too surprising. So let me guess. Oh, it jumped on to 3, 2, 1 right now. Was it muted on OBS?
Nope, was not.
Okay, so that's why I heard a little. Oh, also, by the way, a little detail for the next round or for the next game, because at this point it's too late. Maybe switch the game to English.
Yep, but
because we're casting in English.
I don't know why the game is being installed in French. Because all my computers in English, and it just popped me Rainbow Six in French.
Maybe it's linked to your NVIDIA, to your Uplay account. Ultimately, I mean, it doesn't matter. It is like one single switch to flip on.
Yep. And I
on,
just changed my control, fix it. Maybe that would be easier to change the character.
Oh,
Fast.
good. Amazing. And Maxi Payne saying silence time round 2. Yes, indeed. By the way, our last ban was Valkyrie as far as the overall lane is concerned. So yeah, seeing Valkyrie banned once again, I find this kind of odd because we haven't. I mean, Valkyrie I would hardly consider as being an OP operator, right? So I don't know. One thing that I do know for sure is the first defense will go dorms. And you see right here, I had to like mentally translate dortoir to dorms. This is where having the game in English could be, you know, marginally easier for us. But one thing is for sure. A dorms defense at this point is becoming standard. Back when the map was in its original formats, I would have said that the basement area was a bit easier to defend, or it was the primary bomb site for most teams. It's no longer the case. The map buff has changed that, that's for sure. Okay. Other than that, you are going to be seeing Echo plus Smoke. It is somewhat likely that Axios will have a hard time to get the diffuser down. Other than that, you have Wojcicki opening up the rotation hole to the attic area. But other than that, things seem fairly normal, or not so surprising in the least. I mean, reinforced walls, roaming, rotations. Roy went downstairs to barricade one doorway, but other than that, I don't think he was reinforcing, actually. So yeah, it must have been a doorway. Ultimately, you don't see too many roamers, so it's going to be fairly similar to a turtle defense. Ash is missing the camera the first time around, but you know, second time works just as fine. We didn't quite get to third time's the charm, but apparently the electricity here is going to be a problem which Ashes will be finding a solution to in a blink of an eye. And there you have it. It is already going to be breached. It's already going to be a nice insertion point into the attic area. Not that you have too many defenders in attic. I mean, the biggest threat, we've seen this before, right? It is Silence. Silence is an aggressive-ass roamer. He is really good when it comes to picking his gunfights. He knows when to flee, has good game sense, and is all around really aggressive and dangerous. This time around, he seems to be uncharacteristically passive. I mean, if it was against CCG, he would have already died. He would have already gotten a kill or two, or died if he was to lose out on his firefight. The interesting thing is, Ancient One opening up the the dressing room with Big Sexy having breached the attic wall. You already have like 2 good points of entry into the building, into the OBJ. Silence getting a kill on Big Sexy, not getting refragged, but losing a lot of health in the process. You have to be cautious of that. Ancient One getting a nice kill, Kaser thus biting the dust. 4v4 situation, though health pool wise, the attackers would have the advantage here. It looks like Smoke is already starting to use up his Toxic Babes, and that is not so encouraging. You do want to keep those pieces of utility till the end of the round. Usually, at the very least. And it looks like, you know, tossing in a flashbang or 2. But what is the greater game here? Because the flashbang, either you rush in where your opponent is incapacitated while he's blind, or you just let the effects it gives you dissipate and basically use it up for nothing. At this point, I would say the flashbang's worth in the game is just to eat up the ADS devices, aka the flashbang's job is to die, as unfortunate as it sounds. But with that being said, for the time being, G-Money and Layla will be your 2 last attacker alive in a 2v3 situation. You do not have Diffuser, but it's just like sitting next to Layla. So it sounds like a feminine name, so I'm going to say she, I'm going to assume here. I don't know for sure. Layla, now in a 1v3 situation, wallbangs through the smoke will just not happen, but the Yokai drone is like very, very dangerous. And of course, planting is not really going to be an option. The shotgun just does not hit its shot, because if not, had Layla had a good shot, it would have been an easy kill. So right here, just to make sure to not make a dumb mistake, should I refer to Lila as masculine or as male or female? I mean, even Zug, if you know, you can unmute yourself and tell me.
No, I do not know. Sorry. Later? No.
'Cause, yeah, I
But
would assume it does not sound like a dude's gamer tag, right? But I do not know whatsoever. I mean, here, okay. So the replays are showing. You guys aren't seeing this. You want to just click on Lila's profile, like looking at the ranking and everything, and if there's like a muscle car, it would not scream very feminine. But if there's like, I don't know.
it's the
Okay, Axios logo.
Yep.
Okay, team logo. That does not help out that doesn't help out at all.
So
And-
about it, I do not show the rank yet. I will do it now.
Yep, that'd be good. So as we can see so far, platinum, no diamond, but ultimately, I mean, diamond is worthless when you're playing in comp. What you really do want is to win your games in comp and not really
Diamond
in
here.
ranked. Diamond here, yep. Because I mean, like for example, right? As a competitive team, when you on your free time, you could either be scrimming, you know, stratting and all that good stuff, or you could be playing ranked. As far as competitive teams are concerned, I think the one makes more sense than the other. But that could just be a personal, say, opinion. All right. So let's look at this round here. Of course, we went toward the defense quite rapidly, quite quickly, because like we were looking at something else. But you still do see the roamer silhouettes at the top floor. I'm expecting Silence to be there, but the other silhouettes, I mean, they're small and they're far away. Actually, I was even wrong. There's only one up there, and it looks like it's gonna be there. There's gonna be a first contact. Silence getting the kill on Ashes, on all operators. Ashes being notoriously aggressive, right? He's the entry fragger on the Axios team. And if you have, for example, Ancient One and Big Sexy, your hard support operators who are finding themselves in a more, you know, point man situation, in an entry frag situation, they will be funneled into a playstyle which they are likely to find somewhat awkward, right? Silence got a few bullets worth of damage dealt to him, but he gets a double kill, or another kill, should I say, right here. So far, ultimately, he is still unpunished, and he is wreaking havoc on the Axios team. What else can you do? Well, so far, it doesn't seem too easy, because he picks off isolated targets, one after the other. So Axios cannot easily get a refrag because nobody else is in the area, and of course Silence will be rotating, will be roaming, will be moving away. So any intel Axios had on his position is no longer valid. And therefore, there's just no easy or good answer to the problem at hand. For example, G-Money here can either go down the stairs, attempt to plant the diffuser, and that would lure the roamers back on bomb sites. But you have to get the diffuser planted in the first place with the roamer in your back. That can be extremely dangerous. The camera will eventually get shut down. Silence here is kind of going to be stuck in the armory area. I mean, the room only has one single doorway. It would be his only way out. He could still, you know, jump out the window, but that would be dangerous for its own reasons. G-Money instead just breaking off the firefight. He is going to get a kill on Kaiser. Or Xer, how should I pronounce that once again? And he will be putting pressure on bomb side. Ancient Ones finally getting the kill on Silence. 3v3 situation with 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Yeah, that is becoming a little bit tense. Even though on paper both teams are kind of tied, the time pressure is going to mount, and that is gonna give a big advantage to OMRC. Let's see how it plays out, though. For the time being, G-Money seems to be taking point. Will he be the entry fragger? Looks kind of likely. There is no support operator here. Unfortunately, he is not going to be able to save his teammate, Ancient One. I would say biting the dust, but, you know, being blown to bits and pieces would be more adequate here. Planting the diffuser would just be suicide in front of that mirror window, of course, right? His chances of survival were just abysmally small, and we just will be getting the last kill on Lila, but that frag was a formality. At best, the round was already won at that point. So 2-0 scoreline. The orange team is beginning to take a lead. It is only a small lead, because it is, still the beginning of the game, so we can't talk too much about a decisive victory just yet. But one thing is for sure, should the current trend stay true, Axios would be finding themselves in hot water quite rapidly. They have to stop the bleeding, they have to win a round, they have to stop, the momentum that the orange team currently has. And that is like their biggest challenge at this point in time. So yeah, I think that's the current situation, how I see it at the very least. So the second round has been played on Laundry, and has also been won by the orange team.
They bring a Jackal this time, maybe for a Jaeger. Definitely for Jaeger.
Oh, it looks very likely. So dumb question, just to state the obvious, do you want to be casting, or was it like just a one-off thing?
I'm not good at English enough for casting.
Because if you want to be casting, I can like put some obvious pauses in my sentences, and I can let you take take the mic from time to time.
My English is not enough for casting.
I mean, it is up to you, but that would be a good opportunity to practice your English. If I was to look for something positive.
But I don't feel it right now.
No worries, no worries.
I've been on time, but
you know what we should be doing? When we're like off stream, when we're preparing or doing the admin thing for when we're preparing or managing the tournaments, we should speak in English to practice our English.
yeah,
I think that could be. I mean, it is weird when you speak in a foreign language with somebody that speaks the same first language as you.
but that's
yeah.
what I do in DMs. If not,
yeah, I realized that. Yeah. So if I was just to respond to the chat, and I know we haven't commented on the defensive setup or on the bomb side. I mean, I haven't even acknowledged that the defense here is not on Cantina here is not on Cantina. This could be a bomb site, but if not, instead we're going to be the other way around. Silence, biting the dust. First death this time around. This kill alone could allow Axios to win the round. But like I said, if I was to read the chat, Maxi Payne, he looked up for Lila, so let's it. He or she is not in the roster, so it's probably like a coach, analyst, manager. So all in all, Maxi did our homework. Thank you for that, by the way. But couldn't confirm nor deny that Lila is a, if we should refer to them as male or female. So you know what? I'll just say them. They get the kill. They get the frag. They flank. They get put down. And that is going to be creating a 2v3 situation. Can be brought back up to a 2v4 should you be able to revive Lila. But it yet has to be done, of course. Ancient One is not receiving any immediate pressure, so that's why he's going to be reviving. And here's the unfortunate thing. Crazor is in 1v4. That is really unfortunate. Plus, Big Sexy here doesn't have to push. They are on bomb site. It's only a formality. Thermite had to just bring the fuser on OBJ. He's not going to be planting. And what can Crazor do? Maybe he could have used the yokai drones, but at this point, I fully expect that they have been destroyed, because if not, why would he have picked that? Just as my hand catches the mic, so sorry for those noises. I hope I didn't cause your ears to bleed. But speaking of bleeding, I mean, this is what I was talking about. Axios, they had to win a round. They had to stop the momentum. They had to stop the bleeding. And they had, to win a round eventually to start to bridge the gap between these two teams. And that one round, that stopgap measure, has just happened. So that round was on meeting. And it is quite interesting. I do mention this quite often, but Oregon as a map is still fairly new in the competitive map pool. And I mean, Rainbow Six as a game has so much depth to it that how long has it been since the map has been added? 4 or 5 months at this point, I want to say. But even that, no, it's not been in the competitive map pool for 5 months. Like, 5 months ago we were at 6 invites. Say 3 months, okay? I might be rounding up quite aggressively here, but for the sake of the argument, say 5 months. If the map has been in the competitive map pool in the past 5 months, it is just not enough to figure out any single nook and cranny and every single, possible way of using this gadget to interact that way to gain some advantage. And then, out of every single thing, we figure out what's the best use of utility. What's like, for example, Roy, I believe, has a bulletproof camera. He put it down in the attic corridor. Would there be another better use for said piece of utility? All those questions, and we don't realize it, but there are thousands and thousands of questions and decisions that are being made in a split second in that game. All in all, what I wanted to say about that is the map is so complex that we don't yet know everything. And some teams will be going in the dining room as a tertiary bomb site, but OMRC seem to prefer meeting. Wow, Silence once again going at it, gets a nice kill, will be droned out. And you know, it is the second time we cast him tonight, and I did comment on the fact that, oh, well, he's Jaeger, he is good at roaming as a player, but he's no Vigil, no Caveira. His kit is not actively going to be helping him out, you know, other than the fact that he's a 3-speed 1 armor. And yet he has such great results. Imagine if he was to play Vigil. That'd be insane. But ultimately, I mean, utility is also really important, so that's why Silence is always consistently playing Jaeger. And Ashes, on his end, has lost some amount of health. He seems to actively expect to be peaked, to be pushed. But your only person that could have a reasonable chance at, you know, going down to the basement would be Silence. And I believe he was tracked by Jackal, or somebody else was, and though his position may or may not have been known, he is not actively receiving pressure. Though, oh, it looks like somebody's looking at him somewhere, but was it just somebody at the top floor playing vertical or opening up a line of sight? That would be really weird, because breaching the floor there won't allow you to see anything interesting below. But then again, they're only teammates above him. So I am totally in the dark on that front. So let's just get back at the issue at hand. Lila seems to be putting some pressure from the main window. Ashes from below. Ashes would therefore be an interesting target for Silence. That Guman, of course, was never going to do anything. And of course, your Jaeger is playing really, really good. Oh, the run out here from Silence. Speaking of which, because we could see Ashes and I believe G-Money's silhouettes at the first floor. So they are not putting pressure on OBJ, right? They are still chasing ghosts. They're running after the roamers. And playing time is huge. Plus, Silence is able to, you know, isolate them. Get the kills one after the other. Yet another kill for him. That's triple. He could still get the ace. Okay, Maxi Payne saying she... Okay. So it looks like Lila is a woman after all. I'll just... I mean, at this point, stop wasting mental energy on that. Because it is such a trivial detail, ultimately. Even if I was to misgender the person, I can't reasonably know. Plus, we're here to cast the game, not to talk about, you know, people and feelings. And I don't know where I'm going with that, but Silence got the ace. Yeah, that...
in French, Carnage.
Yeah, it wasn't French, so he got a Carnage. When you think about it, Carnage, it gets spelled the same way in both languages. So... It was spelled correctly for the English language as well. Nice, nice coincidence, which we're not gonna be, get annoyed by, or which we're gonna be grateful for. But ultimately, this was another defense-sided victory, and we now have a 3-2-1 scoreline. Once again, it is becoming an interesting gap between the two teams. A 2 points advantage is huge, right? But winning 2 rounds in a row, even though it's not unheard of, isn't exactly easy, or that's not something you can take for granted. So, I don't know. Considering that both teams seem to be quite tied, 2 rounds, a 2 rounds difference can be just, you know, enough to not be able to recover from, if you know what I mean. Okay, but other than that, what is there to mention? Another basement defense, of course. That basement defense, what can you say about it? I'm not seeing an echo. OMRC apparently are, you know, adapting the strategy a little bit. Nor am I seeing a smoke. So the planting Nile operators, which we had before, can't see them this time around. I mean, it kind of makes sense, because the round sometimes, historically, goes into the last moments, into the last seconds, but not consistently, not every single time. So we just keep playing, for example, Maestro. Would be more interesting or more pertinent, because he can actually, actively, you know, gain some intel, but also he doesn't have to wait until the last second of the round to be pertinent. And there you have it. 2-speed 2 armor? Wait, what? Jaeger's a 2-2? Jaeger's a 3-1, isn't he? Wait, Zug, am I drunk?
Jaeger's a 2-2 now. He's getting nerfed last season.
Oh, he got nerfed last season. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Okay. Poor Jaeger. I mean, it is crazy how the game changed. I mean, Jaeger at launch was crazy good. And now, I mean, how the mighty have fallen. Okay, but for real. Oh gosh, I just recorded a replay. For real. OMRC are not looking too strong here. Losing Silence on its own is already huge because he got the ace. He single-handedly won the round last time, and therefore I don't see why. Or he's such a big asset. And Axios, I mean, they're still a really good team. That simple fact could possibly be enough to win the round for your attackers. We still have to see this happening, right? But ultimately, Razor has lost some amount of health, so, you know, numerical advantage plus low opponents, Wojcicki also. And, yeah, things not looking too good. Axios, even though they have the advantage, they're not pushing in. They're not, you know, going to be losing their manners or anything along those lines. They know exactly what to expect. Oh, blinded by the flashbang, of course. He's just not going to get a kill here. And therefore, the 3v5 situation, 2 remaining defenders are really low on health. Kaiser seems to be your only, you know, realistic shot at winning the round. But he is 0-4. So, things are not looking too good. He gets his first kill right here, but gets refragged immediately by G-Money nonetheless. Axios winning their second round. And once again, shrinking the gap between the two teams. Not quite getting it not quite getting it the same. Not quite getting it tied is what I was looking for, but still. And Majestic Banana saying Puri Silence. Apparently, people are not satisfied with Silence's performances. So let me just say that. If Silence was to give his skill level to me, I would not complain. I would be a happy camper. Well, that's an expression, but actually I'd be a happy roamer because I would have his roaming skill. So yeah, you may complain as much as you want. I will still be impressed because he is miles ahead of what I'll ever be. The sad truth is, if I wanted to have as much, if I wanted to be as good as him, I'd have to spend so many hours playing that I couldn't be organizing these tournaments. And plus, on a personal level, I don't believe I have a good enough mechanical skill to be able to, you know, make it, for example, challenge rating. No matter how many weeks or no matter how many hours I dump into the game, I don't have the mechanical abilities. It's just like, I don't know. Say sprinting, you know, Olympical sprints. At some point, you know, body type is going to have make a major difference. Or here, basketball, really easy. If you're not huge or crazy tall, I'm sorry, but you can't make it pro. It's just the way it works. And, you know, in gaming, the mechanic or the physical capabilities you're looking for is, you know, extremely fine dexterity, which I don't have. So, personal rant aside, Silence has been spotted, but he is running back at the top floor. Of course, he does not want the intel the enemy has on him to be valid for too long. And he's already back into the game, right? He was able to lose them. Oh no, unfortunately, he does get fragged out here by Big Sexy. And like we talked about last round, losing Silence, you know, in the first big opening moves of the round, that was ultimately the single factor. Oh, that is unfortunate. Ashes. Come on. That was the single factor that led to your orange team losing the round. So, yeah, Roy, this time, that is a ballsy move to make, because if you lose Boiler Room, Roy will be sorely exposed. Ultimately, you do have Crazor in the big tower, and therefore, you know, it's not just open. But Roy's relative safety here depends on Crazor's life. Should Crazor, you know, fall victim, should he, you know, lose his firefight, Roy would have to just abandon ship immediately. And that's a precarious situation to be in. Ultimately, Lila in the bunker area. G1, he seems to be rotating to help Ashes out. So, unlike last time, you did lose Silence, but it's not the end of the world here. OMRC are still, you know, adapting and playing pretty good. Axios cannot just walk all over them like they did last time around, is what I'm trying to say. And in the meantime, the timer is just going down. It's not waiting for anybody. Thermite seems to be breaching the bunker wall, and there you have Roy falling victim. Of course, Mira's window being destroyed. Wojcicki is not hidden behind any piece of cover whatsoever. Advantage of surprise, or the advantage of surprise, will be his only way to stay alive. Kaiser being flashed here, tries to rotate out. There's gonna be somebody behind him. Wojcicki getting a nice kill in Ashes, but now his only factor that kept him alive was the advantage of surprise. He will no longer have it now and will fall victim in a really predictable fashion. Now, a 2v3 situation with 29 seconds remaining on the clock. Things are looking really doable. Zofia, or Fraser rather, just barely missing his shots here. And the thing is, the defenders are being pushed back, and therefore Diffuser is now being planted. Razor is in a tough spot. There's somebody in the freezer on his right, and he can't just peek in because of that. He, just barely does not get the kill. That is unfortunate because he shot first. And there you have it. Being the first to shoot doesn't matter when you have the superior accuracy. Big Sexy is proving that to us with this final kill cam. Now, role swap. The points will be 3-3, so Axios were at the end, in the end, capable of bringing it back up. And that is kind of what we needed, right? Therefore, this game is shaping up to be somewhat similar to the previous one, right? With the with one team that was initially able to gain an early lead, but ultimately the other team is just bringing it back. That's what it's starting to look like. Okay, you couldn't see it because of the replays, but Ancient One has picked Tachanka. He will 6-pick out to play Clash instead. I mean, part of me actually hoped he was going to play Tachanka for real, ironically, you know. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen. Okay, so our last defense was in Long Green. Won by the orange team, and now we just had the rule swap. Okay. Yeah, so Ancient One is going to be playing Clash. Clash can be an absolute pain of an operator, but ultimately not. Clash is hardly considered OP. Yeah, okay. Let's read the chat, because I see you guys talking here and there. Bon, banane qui débarque. Haha. Par contre, c'est pas le banane que tu penses, c'est moi, Banana Juice. Banana va dire c'est Hans. Je hashtag pas moi. Il y a une seule vraie banane et il posait sur les tables. Facts. On est les teammates de Silence. C'est pour ça que c'est pour ça et moi aussi j'ai été ces bananas. Oh, so there is a bananas say rivalry ongoing. Okay, back to the game though. Round number 7. Now Axios are defending and OMRC are attacking. Honestly, we didn't see too much of them attacking before. Because, yeah, so we didn't see them attacking too much before. Because they won, what, 7-1 the first match which we've casted tonight. Zug, you weren't here. You weren't here. You missed out on the first match. And, yeah, so I saw them before, but I can't remember exactly what they played like. One thing is for sure, Silence's roaming game was, you know, a huge asset to OMRC. But now that he's going to be attacking, my big question is he going to be just as good on offense as he was on defense? Because a big part of his playstyle was to get spotted and to just disappear thereafter. Of course, right? The role swap can have a huge impact on how the game gets played out. I'm not exactly sure 100% if Ancient One knows that the hatch has been opened. I mean, he's not looking up because if not, he would his shield will be all over the place. So that's why when he looks up, the character really doesn't move. But ultimately, we just keep looking for the angle that just does not come. Lila losing a lot of health. So that is Silence actually pushing in, but he is going to fall. And G-Money getting a kill on Krazor. 2 kills in rapid succession. And, you know, your top fragger. He was a huge asset on defense. Remains to be seen how good he is on offense as well. But one thing I can say for sure is 3-5 situation is not going to be too good. Roy is going to be putting an end to that, though. Getting her first kill on G-Money. But, oh yeah, if he wasn't spotted, now he absolutely is. Ultimately, though you have a player in the basement and a player above, they still hold basically the same angle, and they're not going to be outflanking Ancient One like that. So what else can you do? Roy doesn't seem to be finding too many good answers to that problem. So, what can you do? Rotate out, try something else. 24 seconds remaining of a clock too, right? So it is going to be really difficult to get a significant amount of kills, to clear out the OBJ, and to get the diffuser planted. Unfortunately, Roy is out of utility, so he can't use his gadgets to do anything. Clash did get shot down from behind with just Kino in a 1v2 situation, does not get the first kill, and Axios will be winning the round. So there you have it, Big Sexy winning this for his team and putting the blue team in the lead. Actually, we hadn't seen this before. Okay. Okay. So, that is going to be Big Sexy asking, what was that IQ thinking in the chat? I don't know. Whoopu saying, please look at your Discord. Whoopu, which... I'm not receiving DMs. Well, I received a DM from Telio, which I'm going to manage, don't worry. But then I'm not receiving any other DMs. So, where should I look at? Or... Was I supposed to look at Telio's DM? Because I already responded to that as well. So yeah, a bit more context would be appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. And there you have it, Axios. Winning round number 7. In the meantime, we have round number 8, which is going to be played at the top floor. Oh, he's saying look at Discord, and then he sends the message. Just saw the notification pop up. That defense is in dorms, and it seemed to be urgent because you actually tell me to watch. Okay, yeah. By the way, so if I was to talk to the observer Zug, Whoopu wants to chat with me after the stream, or well, he's asking me a question, so I'm gonna initiate a call with him after the stream. So if after the stream you are still there or still available, I'd appreciate it if you could stay, so we can just discuss with him pretty quickly.
Of course.
We're not hiding anything, so I'm just gonna put it out there. Whoopu is offering his services, to help us manage and run the league, which is appreciated, of course, right? Because every set of hands, what would be the exact expression in English? Whatever. Every person that wants to help is, going to have our thanks. And we know that in the community, Whoopu does have a bit of a reputation, and we're aware that sorry, Whoopu, but when we're bringing him in, we're kind of attaching our name to his reputation, or the lines are kind of blurring and merging a little bit. But ultimately, as a staff member, he is still going to be useful, and he's still going to help us to provide basically a better quality in our product, which is what we're looking for. Ashes getting a knife on Roy. That is going to bring the scores back to a 4v4 situation, but G-Money getting a double kill right after that. So yeah, by the way, I asked Whoopu if he was ready, if he was available around 11 o'clock, because that's roughly when I expect the stream to end. He yet has to respond, so we'll see how that goes. And just right here, unfortunately, Wojcicki not going to get the kill on, I believe it was Ashes. Ashes, who seems to contemplate a run out, but there's just not going to be one. So, all in all, Ashes seems to be playing basically the role that Silence was playing when OMRC were defending, right? The roamer that runs back and forth as soon as he gets spotted, he runs away to make sure that you can't know where he is for sure. And, I mean, that is quite efficient. For the time being, however, he is back on site. And therefore, his roaming game is not going to be too active or too aggressive now. Because, I mean, the numerical advantage is not going to be given to any team. Health pool-wise, all 4 players are up to 100 health. And since Ashes is not running around, he is playing the anchor role. However, the timer is running down, and OMRC will have to push in quite rapidly. Ashes almost running into that line of bullets. Luckily for him, he stays alive. But, yeah, I mean, it becomes more and more tense by the second. You see that the attackers have to rush in, right? There's somebody in the... Ashes getting a kill. Wojcicki, last player alive, shooting as much as he can. Maestro coming in and getting that kill, though Wojcicki still got the frag on Ashes. So, had it been a 1v1, for example, had Ashes lost his firefight, it might have been won by the attackers, but ultimately that is just not going to be the case. And that's what, now a 5v3, 5-3 scoreline. That gap is enlarging, and I mean, I say this quite often, right? A Rainbow Six competitive game is played over the course of 12 rounds. And at this point, Axios only need 2 rounds to win the match. And winning, 2 rounds on the scale of a match as a whole, that can happen in the blink of an eye. So at this point, I mean, Axios, they are on their way to winning. Both teams are really tied to one another. And therefore, simply having a 2-point lead might make the difference between a game won and a game lost. But that is going to be basically all that I have for you right now, since we're not there yet, right? The game is not yet over. Oh yeah, here, I am just going to be distracted for half a second. They, for your curiosity, the one game that was late to start, they ended up starting. So in the chat, I'm seeing the map ban and everything. And yeah. Yeah. So that, oh gosh, the players were like trying to poke us to contact us, saying, going like /admin in the chat. We never received a notification. That's the unfortunate thing with Battlefy. It's just a web page. So if the web page isn't running, we are not going to be receiving the notifications. Yeah, which is why a custom-made or a tailor-made tool might be very interesting. Or then, just an app which you can install. I think Kali could have gotten a kill here. Big Sexy was playing something. He's playing a really, really dangerous game here. Ultimately, after winning a Dorm's defense, it will be up to Axios to defend in the meeting room area. And looking at meeting, what can I say? It is a weaker defense, of course, right? There has in every list, in every arrangement from first to last, there has to be a first and there has to be a last. It seems fairly viable to me. Defending meeting itself isn't that easy, so you have to play the roaming game. Therefore, for example, you have somebody in attic. There you go, H1, getting a first and actually a double kill. That is going to be really good for them. He is even going to be looking for a third. Oh, he's looking at the window while Thermite is coming up the stairs. But Big Sexy underneath is also getting a frag of his own. Now a 2v5 situation. Things are looking dire for OMRC. They have to get kills pretty quickly. Are they going to be able to get them? I couldn't tell you. Crazor gets the first frag, so it's not going to be a flawless round for Axios. But even still, a 4v1 or 4-0 if you were to count the number of players alive at the end of the round, that is still a fairly decisive victory. Though, I mean, Crazor is not alone. You still have Kaiser. The thing with Kaiser is he's playing Blackbeard. And Blackbeard is inherently a support operator, right? He holds an angle. He's not the best at actively pushing himself. But so is Thermite, right? Thermite is also a support operator. So you have nobody else that is supposed to be playing entry frag. And therefore, you're just going to have to, clench your teeth and play the entry frag role. And that is bound to put Kaiser in a really awkward position. Another piece of bad news that I have for you guys is the situation of the fact that these players are kind of isolated from one another. And the problem I have with that is simply that nobody can help out. If, for example, Kaiser was to die, Crazor couldn't get the refrag. And knowing that the attackers have the numerical disadvantage, I mean, a dumb kill can happen pretty quickly. So it looks like OMRC are aware of that. They're rotating. Kaiser seems to be coming back towards Crazor. But it's still a 2v4 situation, no 1v4. No 1v3 situation. He has to rush in. There is going to be someone right there. Cross angle, crossfire. There's nothing he can do. Gets the first kill. Looks for the second. But of course, that does not fly. Axios now officially in a match point situation. Like I said, 2 rounds can be won quite rapidly. The thing is, if they were to win the next round, they would win in total 3 rounds in a row. 4 rounds in a row. They've already won 3 rounds in a row. So this time, or at that point, you could absolutely say that Axios have a momentum, that Axios have a lead, and that things are going their way. So what I said at the beginning of the game, I'm going to be saying again, but just the other way around. It is now up to OMRE to OMRE. Wait, am I OMRC? Yeah, I am drunk. It is now up to OMRC to win their rounds and to stop the bleeding. Actually, they have to stop it now, because if they don't, well, sad truth is they lose. Okay, but in the meantime, we are going to be having possibly our last game. Oh, by the way, I am like 50 minutes late, but Majestic Banana saying, Majestic Banana, I wasn't sure, and that's why I didn't react to your comment, but I wasn't sure what link you were referring to. So if you do want to enlighten us, maybe I could help. Okay. Okay, so apparently, I'm also receiving another small little notification on Discord. So from Vendetta Esport, they're saying that they haven't lost, but the system indicates that they have lost. So it looks like the scores may have been entered the wrong way. I will have to check after. Oh yeah, that's the wrong. Wait, brackets. Vendetta played against Kilas. Do you have a... Oh yeah, so the guys entered it the wrong way. I'm just gonna have to switch that up. Sorry for not casting. Change the score. Yeah, it was the other way around. Reset. It was... Hey. Report score. Vendetta 1. Report the score. 7-2. Done and done. Here we have it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the good news is okay, I'm not casting at all, but the good news is so the team that lost, they entered the scores and they just made a dumb mistake. It happens, right? But they were the ones who opened up the protest, and they were the ones who said, "Hey guys, I made a mistake. We actually lost." So should nothing have been said, they would have stood to gain from that mistake. Oh, there you have it. Nice double kill by Wojcicki. Plus, if somebody can take out Ancient One, it would be him, right? With the Firebolt. Plus the fact that unlike Smoke, he can like throw two or shoot 2 of them, one right after the other. He could hypothetically toss one in front, one behind, and then Ancient One would be really in hot water, so to say. Plus, he gets a triple kill. So at that point, I mean, Axios, they were seeing a clutch. The camera, the building camera is still intact right here. So this is... I was going to say things are looking really good for Axios. I mean, they were in a 5v1 situation. Then Wojcicki getting a triple kill. That is huge, right? Unfortunately for Axios, triple kill, like I said. But now the real problem is going to be Ancient One. I mean, Wojcicki using one of his 2 flaming arrows. Oh, he is going to be playing the disinformation card. He wants to toss a bit of smoke in. Is it a diffuser outside? So he's going to have to play for kills, and he was expected. There you have it. Ashes. winning the game, getting the kill here, and Axios winning the match. By the way, Fond, Atomic Atlas, am I gonna cast you? I had already promised another team to cast them. So yeah, I'm hosting Keela after this, like Lightning said. So I'm sorry, had you asked me earlier, I would have given you the answer I gave to Keela. But in that instance, in that case, I mean, if you want to postpone the match to say tomorrow, I guess I could, because I mean, it is now 9:30. The game is gonna, you know, it's roughly an hour per game. So let's say the game ends at 10:30, and that's even assuming there's like no, assuming the map ban is done instantly, inviting the players, all that good stuff is gonna take a fair amount of time. So ultimately, what I can say is, if you want to postpone the match, or if your opponent is open to postponing the match, I'm fine with that. But if not, I'm sorry, but no. If you can find another caster, though, I'm free to having, you know, basically a community caster pick up another game, or pick up your game. However, I myself have already given my word to another team. Okay. So that was a 7 of 5. 7 of 5, 7 of 4. I am drunk. Zug, I know you took a screenshot, but it's on your computer. Wait, you know what? 7 to 3. 7 to 3. Wow, I am really drunk. I have so many things to do at the same time. 7 of 3. Okay, so let's enter this in, and a few other results have been entered. Namely, almost all of them. Wow. Okay, report scores. Axios 1. Ultimately, 7-3 is still a pretty good lead. And if I was just to go and take a look at, you know, the one game that was late to start with the players that were absent, they said something along the lines of, can we start with in 20 minutes? Mr. Admin, am I okay with a 20-minute break? Me and my team, of course. Admin, we typing. Awesome. We'll be back at 7:10. 8:10. Yeah, 8:10 it is. Yeah, so the match has started roughly 50 minutes ago. Okay, so they should be well along. But as you all know, right, we cannot start the next match without the every match of the current round being played. So once again, let me just check on my friends list to see how far along they are. CJ Will. Oh gosh, they are in round 3 out of 12. Ouch. Okay, so it looks like there's got to be a bit of a pause. But that's the way things are. So yeah, I have nothing to say except we will be back as soon as this match is over. The big GGs to our players like Ashes, Big Sexy, Ancient One. Everybody's saying it was a nice game. It was a nice game. Atomic Atlas once again asking me to cast Vendetta. I'm sorry, I already gave my word to Keela that I was gonna be casting them. But it looks like we're gonna be having a decently sized break here, because that other match was late to start. I think the players went like to have dinner or something, and they took a 20-minute break. So by them starting roughly 20 minutes after us, well, they're likely to end roughly 20 minutes after us. It remains to be seen, but yeah, I'm gonna kick us in a be right back screen because there's nothing else to do. So stick around, and we'll start the next game as soon as we are ready. Until then, yeah, go grab a cup of coffee, go grab a bit of popcorn, scrim or strat a little bit, stay warmed up till the next round starts. But all in all, I'll see you as soon as we are ready and you. See you in a few.
Bomb located by attacker. Five seconds remaining. Attackers drop the diffuser. dropped the bomb diffuser. Bomb located by attackers. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers bombed the diffuser. Bomb has been located. Attack. Defender is approaching the kill zone. Defender exposed. Attackers activating. Operator, you have run out of time. Attackers activating the defenders. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. activating the diffuser. Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position compromised.
And after a sizable pause, we are back for the last game of the night. The last game that we're going to be having tonight is going to be Killa against OMRC. And of course, at this point, we have a fairly good idea of what the final standing is going to look like, right? Not this one because that's the league, but rather the one right here. Okay, so if I was to show them to you guys, it will look a little something like this. Axios and Vendetta are currently tied, and they have to break that tie, so they're playing against each other. That will generate, you know, a definite first team here. OMRC are playing against Killa, so at that this is the match we're gonna be casting. Alvin, I believe they play.
Yo, you two need to switch.
Vestra. Let me check. Alvin. Oh, they're playing Kool-Aid Brigade. Okay, so Alvin are playing Kool-Aid Brigade, and Adam Vestra will be playing against Phantom GG or Crystal Clear Gaming, something along those lines. Yes, CCG. They're playing against Phantom GG. Okay, yeah. So that's like the state of things for the last game. Adam Vestra, they have the bye. Okay, so Adam Vestra are not playing.
Sir, could you switch, please?
Killas and OMRC, we're casting them, and I think this is like everything I had to say, you know,
Sir,
introduction-wise.
Yeah, he's gonna do it.
It looks like
They have
somebody here
we are a
has to switch.
problem with Crystal Gaming game.
Oh wait, the CCG game has a problem?
Yep.
Let me see.
They're
Are you guys
playing
there,
against
Phantom? Okay, yes. Oh no, but no, he said hello.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. They fixed that.
Wait, I really don't know what his gamer tag is, like code bar thingy. Okay, no, he got it. Good. So that is underway. The map ban is underway on that front too. Awesome.
Yes,
What's the map? The map is Coastline. Killa start on offense. OMRC starts on defense.
Where's
It is.
Little
It's
roll.
near the end actually. There you go. Oh, don't forget to put the game in English too.
Yep.
Right.
Can I do it now? No.
Yeah. Options. It's gonna be in audio and the two first items in audio.
Oh yeah. Why?
I don't know. So the audio language and the menu languages, and there you have it. Okay. Also, let me just get back in that screen. It's gonna be a bit more interesting, I think. Asking them. Space saying we're super silver. Kill us. I have not casted you yet. I do not know you. So I don't know if you're like trolling or if you're serious when you're saying that you guys are silver. Are you? Silver? Really? I mean, we're gonna have it. We're gonna keep an eye out for that. Silence time round 3. Maxi Pain. Yes. Soundboss saying, "Yo, I can't wait for Kill Us. Let's go."
Yes,
Indeed.
you're ready, Ents?
They're ready. I am ready as well.
Right, there we go.
Without further ado, let's jump into the game. We're gonna be. I mean, at this point, should everything had gone, I don't want to say to plan, but if everything had gone pretty quickly, we could have. Killa is Canadian. Oh, Killa is Canadian. You're right. Let me just change that flag. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Okay. Yeah. So it looks like it's like gold and platinum, but not solid silver like the guys were saying in chat. And OMRC, we've cast them 3 times at this point. It is, you know, just a dumb string of luck, but ultimately, had I known, I wouldn't have. I promised Killas I'd cast them, so that's what we're doing now. But had I known in advance, I wouldn't have casted them, because at this point, we're casting OMRC 3 times tonight. And you know, by definition, that's not giving other teams too much screen time. But hey, here we are. They seem to be, yeah. Killers seem to be somewhat defeatist here. They seem to think they don't think they can win. They seem to think they're not gonna win. Okay, let's just get the syntax straight. They are not estimating their odds of success as being too great. So, yeah, I don't think that's the right mindset to have when you go into a game, honestly. Because if you think to yourself, "Oh, we're gonna lose," then what's the point in even trying? What's the point in even, you know, making an effort if you still are not going to be able to do anything with that? And, you know, that's like the subconscious or, you know, human, I mean, psychology at this point. But if you truly think you can make it, well, then you're going to act as if you can make it. I myself know that. If I was to give, you know, a personal anecdote, one of the I'm not the best player, and once upon a time, the overlay has not yet been updated with the flags. Once upon a time, I had looked on a video on YouTube how to improve upon yourself. And the guy, what he said was really interesting. He said, the YouTuber, I don't remember who it was, said simply something along the lines of believe in yourself. Kill us are Canadian. Yes. Yes, blasphemy, blasphemy. I know it is now fixed. Don't worry. Delay. You're going to see it in like roughly 3 minutes. No worries on that front. I do not know you, insane. Sandbus. It is fixed. It is fixed. Don't worry. Roasted. I deserve that, to be honest. But if I was to get back on the history, on my little star here, when you start to believe in yourself, you are going to be hesitating so much less. And when you're hesitating, this is where you're going to be stuttering and only taking half measures. And that is the worst thing you can be doing. So there you have it. Kila's already, you know, accompanying Udon. Oh, playing Amaru. That is quite interesting. You know, sometimes you'll be playing quite aggressively, you know, repelling in directly through the window of the OBJ, but that doesn't matter. He gets a first. We'll get a double. Kila's saying they're not gonna win. Well, you're in here already on bomb site with a double kill. Your teammates are sure to follow. Look at this. They're funneling in. They're already knocking on the OBJ's door with roughly only 30 seconds playing on the timer. That is huge. Bing getting yet another kill. Now a 2v5, just now 2v4 situation. Bing will have to take the Guman out of his foot, but ultimately that insertion by Udon is absolutely huge. Dojmeister with another kill with Jiski, last player alive. Kilas, what were you saying? That you were gonna lose? That you had no chance of winning? I mean, OMRC didn't throw that round. They're playing as well as they can. They got caught off guard, and admittedly, this strategy isn't going to work forever. OMRC are likely to be ready and expecting you next time around because, I mean, they are going to learn from their mistakes. But still, saying that you have no chance at winning, a few firefights have been won, face by face, and you just won your face checks. You had your the better aim, the better reaction time, game sense, all that good stuff. Few firefights have been actually, you know, earned and not just outflanking your opponents and that kind of shit. The replays, yeah, everything I'm doing tonight doesn't work out, right? There we go. So the first defense was on Billiards and was a solid victory for the blue team. Of course, you won't be too surprised to hear that having lost in such a decisive fashion, Sandba seeing as their sub, this is just sad. Well, their defeatism might have been sad, but I think that round will be really good for their morale. At the very least, that's what I hope. That's what I hope. So, we are going to be seeing another Billiards defense. Billiard hookah, of course, right? Billiard hookah defense. What can you expect from that defense? Well, of course, we just saw it, right? Though we didn't comment too much on it, like talking about my personal anecdote here, talking about the Canadian flag, and all that good stuff. But ultimately, it is going to be fairly similar. The biggest question is going to be, how is it going to be different from round number 1? Because, of course, what OMRC did last time didn't work out. So they're going to have to improvise, to adapt, and to innovate. It is should not be too hard, right? They can do the same thing. Just be ready as soon as the timers or as soon as the attackers spawn in. Your defensive setup has to be over. I still see Roy. Oh no, he was out of his ADS devices, so that means he has already placed them down, and that was, you know, what caused the first kill. And for example, should Roy have gotten the kill on Udon, it would then well have cut off the rush at its root. With Jiski and Udon both getting a kill in rapid succession. Also, your crazy aggressive rusher is no longer playing in Maru, and that is going to be a double kill. Crazor losing a lot of his health, so that is unfortunate, but he's still alive. And, you know, the MVP for last round Udon is already dead. So your odds of surviving or of winning are going to go down a fair bit. But it's still not over. Crazor can be taken off the board pretty rapidly, right? And then it would be a 2v3 situation. Still disadvantaged, granted, but not as intimidating as, you know, a full-fledged 2v4. Looks like Bing's Excaros have been destroyed. Who was it? Was it Roy or something like that? So the silhouette was just like behind the pillar and therefore not really visible. But Dojemeister here putting pressure on Aquarium. Will you be putting in? Pushing in. Pulling in. Pushing in, it doesn't look to be the case, and of course, you know, Roy might be Flash and all that good stuff, but the remaining defenders are going to be in place, are going to be expecting that, and though the Flash grenade detonated, oh yeah, so the ADS here, is it still intact? It is still intact, so the ADS, the Flash grenade even missed the mark in the first place. Okay. At this point, however, Killas, they've lost the advantage of surprise, holding the angle tightly like he does. Dojemeister and now Bing will be really low on health. So, oh, and that rotation, of course, is not known, trying to reduce his health by doing so. The impact grenades have just been wasted at the end of the day. There's a ping out there. Oh, that was one of the Motsu drones. Okay, things are not looking too great. Like, let's not sugarcoat this, right? And Killas, they're aware of it, and that's why they're rotating. Dojemeister here dropping down in the courtyard, doing exactly what his friend Udon did last round, and it works. This is now down to a 2v2 situation. The 1v2 situation. Okay, so they had the parity at the very least, not yet an advantage, but still better than having the outright disadvantage. Unfortunately, it is now no longer the case. Dojemeister being put down by the evil eye camera. How unfortunate. And Crazor even finishing the kill off. I was thinking, did he see her? Oh, should have just turned around. How unfortunate. Dojemeister saying, this is so sad. It kind of is like, I'm sorry, right? Getting the kill with the evil eye camera, this is always unfortunate. But ultimately, the evil eye camera didn't get the kill. The defenders who brought the attacker's life down and who brought Sophia's life down so low that the evil eye camera was able to finish him off in the first place. I don't remember who was in that fair fight, but that gun actually won the round, not the evil eye camera itself. Still, okay, granted this round was a loss for Killas. It was still, I mean, surprisingly close, right? It was a 1v2, it was a 2v2 situation at some point. It was tied. Health-wise, yeah, sure. But look at the timer right here. When Dojemeister gets the kill to put this in a 2v2 situation, 48 seconds remaining on the clock. That is still enough to rotate once, to drone once, just to all around to think about what you want to be doing. So, nice try. Better luck next time, ultimately. But even if OMRC have won their round, even if OMRC now know to expect a rush and you expect them to be ready for that going forward, I still don't think that it's going to be, you know, a flat-out blowout game. Killas, they have shown themselves as being fairly capable of winning face-to-face firefights. Not easily. They're not always going to be, you know, realistically expecting to come out of the face check alive. But they're not defenseless against OMRC. Their strats do have some worth. It is not the most, you know, elaborate strat ever. It's just, it's based around going in so fast that you catch the enemy off guard. But advantage of surprise, no matter what the context, is still a factor that is absolutely legitimate. Being hidden behind the tree or half hidden behind the tree can be quite interesting because, of course, Udon only needs to have a micro angle on his opponent. He's going to be flashing bright yellow, and he's likely to get the kill here. Just waiting to see the head. Doesn't look like, I'm not sure if it's either Smoke or Muse silhouette right there. But as soon as the guy peeks, he likely gets the kill. The smoke grenade being tossed in, you know, false sense of security, that could even work. But then again, with the smoke there, why should Silence, for example, even peek if he's not going to see anything? Then again, this is just like hypothetical. One thing is for sure, Udon's holding an angle, not wasting, but utilizing some of his utility and not getting too much in return. We have seen that his playstyle in the past rounds was a rushing playstyle. He was able to get 2 kills in the one round, 1 kill in the other one. Even if, you know, the double kill is not going to be huge, you're still at the very least pulling your own weight. even if, you know, getting a kill, trading a kill for a kill, is at the very least keep the teams tied. So him changing up his playstyle had me worried for a moment, but only a moment, right? He got the kill here. So once again, if every player gets a frag, the team is likely to win. He did his part. However, a few of his teammates, C41 and Bing, they're dead. They didn't get any frags. So of course, the remaining players will have some extra catching up to do. And now Dojmeister going down. That's even a run out, I believe. And yep, there you have it. He is not going to be able to get himself back up to withstand here. Udon also falling to the fire just under Space's nose, leaving us with Twitch in a 1v4 situation. Twitch has 0 kills, Space 0 kills and 1 death. Not the top fragger of the team, unfortunately. And it looks like, you know, that trend is going to continue with Jiski getting... You know, that was one of the blowout rounds, which I'm not too surprised to be seeing. But for the time being, I still don't expect to see, you know, consistently. I do have one question, however, and that is simply going to be, Killas, will you be letting your morale plummet after losing a few rounds? Because if as a team, you start, you know, I don't want to say to tilt, but you start to doubt yourself. Well, then it would be not too surprising to have you basically doubt yourself and to have your performances drop. And this is when OMRC could win round after round after round after round. So, I don't know what to think. But one thing's for sure, Killas have to keep their act together if they want to have a chance, if they want to win a round or two. Well, they came into the game not even expecting to win, right? So, looking at it this way, winning 4 rounds would be, by their own definition, a victory in and of itself. Let's see if they can get it. They're already a round in, and the match is yet still fairly young. Nonetheless, after winning Kitchen, most teams actually would go in the blue bar as a tertiary site. Killas, or OMSC rather, instead elect to go on the penthouse bomb site. So this is quite, I don't want to say unusual, but it's not something you see every day. And the composition is always evolving a little bit. I mean, I don't know if it's to counter or rush, but Wojcicki will be playing with a Capcan. You also do have Xer's Grismont mines and 2 shields on Killas. That is interesting. Interesting is the term I'm going to be using here, because usually, you know, a shield is only as good as the cover he has, because, you know, Montaigne's firepower, for example, is going to be fairly weak, so he usually wants to have somebody else helping out. With no lesion, that can be quite interesting, because Spay, for example, can drop down, and he's not going to get a Gooman cut in his foot. So that could be, you know, one of the biggest pains of the shields. You have somebody down there, but oh no, Wojcicki is going to get the kill on C41. And now the shields are likely going to be wise of his presence. Bing getting a kill on Silence. Silence, which we have seen, was one of the top fraggers of his team in the last games we've seen. Udon also getting a kill. That natural cell got tossed haphazardly, and oh wow, did it put both Udon and Dojmeister down? I didn't realize that. Didn't see anything in the kill feed, right? No, yeah, he put one down. Still, it's going to be a 1v3 situation. Diffuser is going to get planted. And Bing made some noise on the other side. This is going to be proving a distraction. Of course, Wojcicki does get the kill. But that, you know, pulled him back from the OBJ, and that allowed Spade to plant unimpeded. Now, your 2 remaining players, they're shields. And Wojcicki, being out of a nitro cell, is going to have a lot of difficulty doing anything, right? He cannot really go around that shield. Dojmeister saying nice. And yeah, except if anything, if something crazy happens, I don't think Wojcicki is going to win that round. He stopped maybe to type, but didn't put anything in main chat. And the Blitz here is going in, and this is likely to work. There you have it. C41 saying, we have a good shot. And yes, they did. I was skeptical of the double shield strat, because you have so much less firepower. But apparently, when you're flashed or when the diffuser is planted, you don't even need all that much firepower. Dojemeister saying, I expect this in Pro League. Dojemeister, why don't you make it to Pro League with those shield strats? No, for real, I wasn't exactly blown away, but surprised, that was an understatement. Okay.
Attackers are
Yeah,
activated.
so I'm still receiving a few Discord messages, nothing too major. You know, I always do have to keep an eye out, because if we have anything that resembles, you know, a question regarding the management of the tournament, we have to be there to respond to that. And yeah, in that instance, the responses were quite easy to provide. And you know, okay, so the players, they kind of asked me, or I had received a question regarding the balancing. Like, Helas seemed to think, once again, that they had no chance of winning the game whatsoever. And yet, the scores are tied. That's something, right? For a team that thought it would be a blowout match. We're not seeing a 4-0.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers
Can you have a
objective
sec?
is to defuse the bomb. Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers recover the
There
diffuser.
we have it. Okay, yep. So, coming back into the game. Going back into that game, round number 5, we will be seeing once again a billiards defense. And, yeah, so Udon's won the first round by playing crazy aggressive. However, he's not doing that anymore. Or, at the very least, he's not rushing Kaiser already getting a first blood. Yeah, no longer playing crazy aggressive, because of course, if you do this kind of stunt, if you pull that kind of stunt, oh, shooting the nitros on mid-air, nice shots. If you pull that kind of crazy stunts every single time, you're going to be repetitive and expected. So that's why, you know, changing up the pace a little bit might be interesting. Two frag like this are not going to do anything. They weren't cooked in the slightest. But Udon is still proving to be quite aggressive when he needs to be. And you already have basically hookah control by the attackers. Dojemeister getting another kill. And this is going to be a double by Udon. Roy, last player alive, gets a first kill. It's a 1v4 situation. Now 1v2. But still, diffuser has been planted. And just like last time around, you do have a Montaigne who can, you know, block off a portion of the map. Basically cut off a doorway. And Roy has no utility or is really ill-equipped to take on Montaigne. If they trust themselves enough, they could even revive Udon and bring this back up to a 3v1 situation, which would be, you know, a huge advantage. But it would be a crazy risk to take. Therefore, they're not taking it. Sledge, C41 is on the hard right, and I don't think they realize that Roy is not looking that way, and that could lead to a free kill, and this is exactly what we see happening. There you have it. Killas officially taking the lead. Hey, what can I say? I'm repeating myself every single time. They didn't think they could win this. They thought it was, you know, a lost cause. Apparently, not that much. Not that much. Believe in yourself, guys. You can do this. Okay, yeah, so there's a team that wants to participate in the tournaments in the future. They're asking a lot of questions because this is their first tournament. Things along the lines of, for example, anti-cheat softwares. Moss is basically the only one on Rainbow Six. It's the one everybody uses. And so, you know, a seasoned team that, you know, makes their first that does their first tournament here, they're gonna know how Moss works. But they, in that instance, do not. Let me just make sure that response has been sent. Okay, so back into round number 6, and it goes by fast. We're already nearing, you know, the half-point mark or the halftime mark. Things are, you know, going surprisingly fast. Okay. Saying, haha, orange is bad, Sandboss. I would say blue team is proving to be surprisingly good. Okay, yes. So let me just, I'll send it to you after my stream. Okay, yeah. So that they're asking for a Moss link. I will send it to them. right after that. Dojmeister biting the dust early on. Was that even a spawn kill? It looks like it was. I think he died in the pool. And C41 also taking some damage. I don't mean like to over glorify, but Yudon seems to be the top fragger by a long shot. And there you have it. He gets another frag. Yeah, he has 9 kills in total. That is big. And well, the impact nade isn't going to be used too much because the angle it created won't be held. It can provide a bit of distraction. Oh, there's a UDS device right here. And the thing is, Zofia, right, she has no flash grenades. She can either have, as we see right here, the breaching charge or the claymore. So it's not going to be, aiding up the ADS devices to allow for the concussion nade to finally detonate. That just doesn't work, unfortunately, because she doesn't have the kit to do that. You do have, I believe it is Xer over there, Kaiser. Oh no, it was right. Okay, my mistake, but still, he is providing some stiff resistance, denying access to the attackers, but still, you have C41 right here on bomb site, gets a frag, will be refragged immediately, but ultimately, Spay is now the last player alive. A flurry of kills has happened, and this is exactly what I said, right? Montang, with limited firepower, has to pull the 1v2 off. He can still do this. I mean, if he plays, for example, the knifing game right, Montang does have the inherent advantage that he has to be knifed basically twice. And in close quarters, he's going to have the inherent advantage. But the goo mines can be a danger. He knows that. He plays right, but unfortunately, impact grenades are going to be the doom of him. You got Pokeball, is what the chat is saying. And I can't disagree with them. I cannot disagree on that front. So 3-3 scoreline for the role swap here. The meta has updated quite a bit in the recent seasons, in their recent weeks. So this could be a genuine question. Would this map still be considered defense-sided? Or is it considered offense-sided? Or actually, considered offense-sided before? I'm not the greatest analyst. I'm more of a play-by-play caster, so yeah, Zug, if you just want to unmute yourself, is it easier to attack or to defend on this map?
I think this map is balanced, but is defender side more than
okay, so
side, but it's still balanced more than the map.
Yeah, it is one of the better maps, balancing wise. Yeah, sure, of course, but it's still gonna be slightly pulling on the one side.
Yep. It's a little bit easier to defend to be offender on this map.
Okay, so if we were to start from there, and to extrapolate from that, sentence and assessment, it is easier to defend. Therefore, Killas had the disadvantage, and why being disadvantaged, they were able to keep the scores tied. Isn't that, encouraging in and of itself?
Not sure. But they are offending strat from Killa is very I don't know how to explain in English, but in French we'll say surprenante.
Surprising.
Yeah, the strat is very surprising. The first round was it's a big rush. They done? Yep.
Yep. But hey,
very fast.
Let's talk about this round, because this is also a round that I don't mean to cut you off, but action is starting soon. They're surprising OMRC for sure by picking Blue Bar as their primary bomb site out of every single area they could defend in the map. And I believe, was it Bing who was preparing a run out? Like he was opening up? No, Spay, or I don't know. Still.
I'm not sure if it's the goal, but they seem like to play in the model of the model of the other teams.
In the model?
Not model, in the brain.
Mental.
Yep, they try to brain it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And this is where you see. Oh, there you have it. Bing getting the first kill on Wajiski. Okay, pay attention though. Pay attention. Here's my question, because I believe everybody expected OMRC to win, and the game isn't yet finished, but we didn't expect a 3-3 scoreline, and Bing will eventually be put down. So, do you think OMRC are, dropping the ball, or are they getting tired? Or are they not trying as hard as they were at the beginning?
Maybe.
Do you think their performances are dropping for whatever reason?
Maybe, but I really think it's because they are surprising more than everything else.
Buckcracker looking at the floor. Oh no, C41 is just going to be shooting without connecting anything, and therefore his advantage of surprise, his position is now going to be known. my question is, the attackers, they are not on OBJ right now, but, you know, barely not. Razor has the diffuser. And he is still, it looks like he is in the office area, or in the main entrance. Roy is going to get a nice kill though, and C41 knows he has to get back on site because diffuser is looking to be likely to get planted quite rapidly. Oh no, that could be a problem, but Dojmeister had a nice string of luck here. He just rotated back right when he had to. Still, that is now going to be diffuser on bomb site, diffuser being planted, and things are not looking too good. If she's been planted running like that, of course you are going to be caught off guard, and you are going to be punished adequately for that. Silence. You know, silencing his opponent. Hey, what a play on words. But yeah, the attack is going to win it out. OMRC, I gotta say too, OMRC's defenses were really strong. Remember when they were playing against Axios last game around? They had the Jaeger. Silence was playing Jaeger, and he was like extremely potent. So I kind of feel like the orange team was also having a personal preference for the attack. And yeah, I really don't know. Fatigue might be setting in.
They're activating the bomb diffuser.
So either way, we have barely just, you know, passed the half-point mark, but slowly but surely the game will be coming to an end. For the time being, OMRC are in the lead, but it is a really small lead. Are we going to be seeing an overtime situation? I would say. I said it's likely like 3 times at this point tonight. And every single time, like, it gets 5-5, and then the one team just wins the round. You know, super tight. 4-4. Or, you know, we had, what did we see? Last game around, it was like a 4-2 for the rule swap. And then the losing team just won 4 rounds in a row and brought this back. Something crazy like this. We've seen a 4-round win clutch comeback twice now, actually. So, I could say, hey, overtime is somewhat likely. But, yeah, I've said this before, and I've been proven wrong before. So, let's not make any assumptions, let's not make any assessments, and let's just walk. Let's just watch the game. I'm just gonna be putting myself in the shoes of an observer, of a spectator, and I'm not gonna be commenting or anything along those lines. Though that's up, yeah, that was a unfortunate mistake from Prezor. I mean, the window has been breached right in front of him. He was looking a floor below, granted, but it was still in his field of vision. So in that instance, the player had a case of tunnel vision. Silence, however, was able to insert himself. He got a kill. Now his position will be known. But ultimately, there's nobody else in that general area. Oh, except for Yudon, who just drops down here. Luckily for him, Zofia didn't breach, because that would have been the end of him. And he's... How is he still alive? Okay. How is he still alive? There's a drone, you know, feeding intel. The wallbang game is basically a game of luck. Nobody will be hitting the lucky shot. Sky is asking when is there going to be a hands on you for a weapon charm. Nah, I don't think it's gonna be just yet. I mean, for example, right here, Yudon playing it very slow, getting the kill in silence. Nicely done. There is no CCS weapon charm as far as I'm aware of. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. So if the biggest community org on Rainbow Six doesn't have a charm, I don't know if I'm gonna get one. Your chance of getting your own weapon charm are greater if you are like a streamer or a team. Oh, running here is going to lead to his death. That is unfortunate. But yeah, no, a 2v2 situation. Timer is still quite healthy, so the attackers still have a lot of time. Diffuser's been lost, but it shouldn't be, you know, too big of a challenge to recover it. One thing that I do note, however, is that the remaining attackers are split up. They're not working together, and should the one die, a reflex situation would be highly unlikely. Dojmeister looking at the window. It wasn't a bluff. It's really likely that Kazers will actually attack from there, but he's not going to be pushing quite yet. Also, one thing, the cameras, the building default cam is still intact in the corner of that blue corridor. So yeah, okay, right, it eventually destroys it, but it was there for way too long, and it did feed a lot of intel. Dojmeister will be acting on said intel. holding the angle in the corridor. Could have gotten the kill on Roy right here. Unfortunately, he does not. Being too passive sometimes is the bad choice to make. And there you have it. Diffuser once again lost by the attack. So Kaiser with 15 seconds has no choice but to play it to play it by deathmatch. He has to get those 2 kills, or the round is lost. He is now on bomb site. Doesn't know where his opponents are. He is in the barbed wire. Gets a kill, but of course, the other defender was never going to peek, and therefore, well, you have yet another round won by Killa. Killas. There's an S. There's an S actually in the name. Okay, my bad on the pronunciation, friends. I am so trash when it comes to actually reading gamer tags. That's the thing, right? Any word which you don't know exactly how to pronounce it just by reading it, you've heard before. I mean, most words in the English language are used eventually in a normal conversation. But then gamer tags, you never hear them out loud, except when you actually start casting. So I'm gonna put on the spot here. For early casters, they don't have this difficulty because everybody knows the players. But here you know, at a community level, new names are always participating, and we have to learn them anew every single time. But hey, that's just the way things are. Can't see the KDs of the players. Can we see the KDs of the players? Never mind. What does it go to? Wait. Studgy Narwhal. What exactly is your question when you're asking what does it go to? Because there's always a 3 minutes delay, so I am not sure what you're referring to when you say it's, or I'm not sure what it is supposed to refer to. So yeah, I'm out of context. Could you please put me back into context? Oh yeah, and also, when you ask to see the scoreboard, here's something that you may or may not have known. If you look at my mouse in the middle of the screen, right here, Udon has 13 kills, 3 deaths, 3 assists, and 7 deaths. And so as long as the view is not collapsed, which the observer collapses once the attacker spawn in, during the preparation phase, you can know exactly what the standings are, though of course the players will not be ranked, you know, according to who has the most kills. So it is not, oh, that grenade is going to be perfect. It is not the best thing ever. But at the very least, you don't have to wait for the observer to actually, you know, hit the tab button and show the scoreboard. They're actually always there. Okay, so that was a first frag on Udon. Bing has also lost his firefight, so a 3v5 situation. Considering that both teams are really tied, only a 2-man advantage can be too much to come back up. So Killas, I wish you best of luck. But you're going to be in a pickle as far as this round is concerned. I don't want to sound defeatist though, because, you know, a double kill can happen really quickly, and that would bring the scorelines or the situation back to an equilibrium. However, Bandit is going to be in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot. Both players potatoed here, worry a bit more, and therefore Dogemaster gets a kill, but gets refragged immediately by Crazor. He couldn't have survived too long anyway, because you still had Buck at the top floor. And by the way, nobody's doing anything against Buck, so he's just going to keep on going unimpeded, and that gets a kill for him. Silence, thus earning yet another frag. C41, last player alive, is holding a very, very narrow angle. His gun does have decent range, so he's not going to be, you know, caught off guard or anything, but tagged by Jackal. Things are looking really dire. I mean, Wojcicki could just toss in a frag. He does, but it gets eaten by an EDS device, so if the frag doesn't work, toss in a bit of, you know, a bit of lead, and that even might work. Ultimately, the diffuser was being planted, so shouldn't have mattered too much. And of course, OMRC are going to be back in the lead. But goddamn, is this match ever close? We have played an odd amount of rounds, so this is why, you know, no team has, or a team has the advantage of OMRC in that instance, because I mean, no even rounds have been played. Ultimately, this is still very close. Still, I am not gonna talk about overtime because apparently I will still, or if I was to go by my personal experience as far as tonight's game is concerned, I would likely be, well, proven wrong. One thing is for sure, OMRC, they do seem to like, unironically, the blue area, the blue bar. They went there on their primary bomb site. The first round they started on defense, they lost. Okay, they go kitchen, they win, great, but then they go back on blue site. blue bar rather. So blue bar was really not just a play on this information. First to 7, yeah, there is overtime. So first to 7 would be so okay. The first team that has 7 points wins the game. But if you have a 6-6 scoreline, overtime will be enabled, and then it's the first to 8 points that wins the game. Yeah, sorry for not like understanding that. I mean, in retrospect, it was clear enough. I'm just my brain is melting. I have so many things to think about at the same time, and I don't mean to say this as like I'm not fishing for pity or anything. It's just, I mean, I have to manage the comp, cast, keep an eye out on the chat, keep an eye on my Discord DMs if anything was to go wrong. Silence will be getting a nice kill on Udon. And I've said it before, Udon, top fragger of his team by far. Losing him early in the round like this, or like last time I mentioned it, that is a heavy blow. MRC are, by that simple kill alone, if I was to go of what I know from this team, fairly likely to win the round. So the remaining guys, the remaining defenders will have to try extra hard to pick up the slack. They can do this. I mean, we've seen them win a few rounds without Udon, but it's not exactly going to be easy. Silence, playing verticality as much as he can. There is somebody behind. There you have it, behind the counter. He will get picked off immediately. Dozemeister biting the dust, doing the same thing shortly thereafter. C41 and Spay, last 2 players alive, and they are not on bomb sites. They have thus to come back extremely quickly because OBJ is wide open. The good news is Wijewski gets a kill on C41, but ultimately Spay is in OBJ as if he's never left, but caught off guard here between 2 different lines of fire. OMRC winning this with a flawless round. Bing saying good round. It was a good round, but it is quite the balancing task to have, okay? But thing is, Udon is like your top fragger. And he's top fragging by playing really aggressive, right? Not exactly spawn killing, but first round, he repelled in with Amaru and got a nice double kill like that. Playing aggressive with Jackal and this kind of operator when he was attacking. Even, I mean, Glass was a bit more surprising. And here on defense, he's playing Jaeger, he was playing Vigil, he played Doc. I wasn't unsure as to why he picked Doc out of all operators, probably to spawn kill, and he died as a result of this. So you really do have to, it is a really tough balancing act. He has to be aggressive because that's his playstyle and that's how he gets his kills, you know, by surprising his opponent, not by statically holding an angle and having better aim compared to his adversary. But if he's too aggressive, he just dies, and then the rest of the team, you know, they're caught off guard. I mean, look at Spay, for example. As unfortunate as it is, he has 1 kill and 7 deaths. That is not a great contribution to his team. So Udon basically has to pull not just his weight, but, you know, the remainder of his teammates, or the teammates that have a bit more difficulties on a personal level to perform well. Udon is actually the only one that has a positive KD on his team. So losing him really early is a death sentence. It's a death sentence. And Killers, they have to be cautious of keeping their best asset alive. Basically, that's all I gotta say at this point. I mean, I don't mean to sound pessimistic, and it's not that simple. I mean, the game still is quite complex, and there are, you know, a lot of nuances. But, I mean, for example, if Spay, considering he's having a hard time to provide a meaningful contribution to the team, why not, for example, pick Rook and give the armor to Udon, and then Udon could have more chances of actually winning his firefights, or have her Doc. Udon can run back on OBJ. And I know I make this sound like really simple. Udon live equals kills winning the round. It's not that simple, right? And I don't want to say, oh, Space like useless. Just like be the guy that actually supports the other actual player that's worth something. I don't mean, you know, to belittle the players that don't get any kills. Droning, support. I mean, for example, Thermite is not going to get too many kills, but he's still an integral part of their of a team composition. But it seems to be that, like, most of the rounds are played by kills alone. I mean, how often has the diffuser been planted? Once or twice. Granted, it's happened before, but it still is the outlier situation. Udon already getting your first down, but not out. Wijewski is likely to get refragged pretty quickly. I mean, he's not holding the pressure or anything. Okay, Zer will be catching him off guard, cutting him down already. A 4v5 situation. So Dojmeister is pushing in. Oh, and he could get a nice kill. Oh, unfortunately, he misses the head here. Still exposed. He does get Kaiser down. Plus, you know, he was down. He's been revived, granted, but he's only up to 20 health. 20 hit points worth of health. So he could, you know, quite easily fall victim to another bullet or two quite, you know, easily. And I've said this, but with a delay. Oh, silence with a double kill here. Sounds entry fragger, top fragger, absolute beast of a killing machine. Bing, though he's not on bomb side, he will be making his comeback. Kind of heard. Silence getting another kill on C41. Now a 1v3 situation. Oh no, the nitro cell, wrong timing. How unfortunate. OMRC will thus be winning round number 11, and it is ultimately the outcome we expected, without overtime, might I add, to open up that parenthesis again. But winning 4 rounds, I think, is leagues ahead or miles ahead of what OMRC, Killas rather, were expecting as a performance as a team. So considering this, I mean, hey, great performance, you guys. Great performance. So yeah, let's go in with the replays. And let me just show you this. By the way, that was the end of the game, and that was the last game that we were going to host tonight. So other matches are in progress in parallel. It is not, you know, single elimination. It was not a grand final. But yeah, so let me just put you into context for those of you who may have joined in, you know, a few moments ago. 74. Let me just enter in the scores. Our format is called Swiss round, or, you know, Swiss in short. What Swiss does, it is a round-based format, so kind of like round robin for those of you who know that. It would be under the classical league format, what Pro League was having before they switched it up, or any other regular league. This one, however, is a bit different, as in not everyone will be playing against everyone, be their pools or not. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. I wanted to jump us into to get us into that overview. What we have instead is, for example, tonight we had 9 teams and only 4 rounds. Teams will be playing against another team with a similar track record as them. So winners are playing against other winners. I mean, example, after the first round, half of the teams have a victory to their name, and the other half have a defeat to their name. And, you know, within the top half, they're all tied. Within the bottom half, they're all tied. So winners play against other winners, losers play against other losers to break those ties. And the further along the tournament gets, the better, or the more evenly tied, or the better balanced the games get, is what I'm trying to say. So in total, since when you lose, you're not kicked out immediately, there is no grand hype of a grand final and a clear winner at the end of the nights. But ultimately, that format is a bit more beginner friendly, because there has to be, you know, a team that performed the best and that performed the worst tonight, right? And in that instance, so far, unfortunately, Crystal Clear, Killas, and Kool-Aid Brigade only have 1 victory and 3 defeats to their name. So these teams, they would get kicked out as a result of their first loss in a normal tournament, right? For example, on ESL's old Go 4 format, before that ended up dying, on ESL's Go 4, they would get kicked out after a single game, and it is kind of unfortunate. You're looking forward to this all week long. You're training, stratting, hyping yourself up. You play once, lose, I mean, abysmally 7-0, and then you get kicked. This is like the worst thing that you can have. And that's why we decided to switch up the format, which is a tiny bit less competitive. I mean, you still have like a clear winner and a clear loser. I mean, for example, here Axios, 4 victories, 0 losses. That is amazing, right? But the lower performing teams are not going to get kicked out immediately, and that is what we really were looking forward to. Okay, so as far as our stream, as far as our games are concerned, this is over. The final standings cannot yet be revealed because Alvin Squad and Kool-Aid Brigade are not yet over with their personal match. Plus, I mean, those games, or the final standings, their purpose is to grant the teams seasonal points to make it to the playoffs at the end of the season. And, you know, adding up the points adding them up to the points that they already have due to the past games in the season. That takes a bit of time, and we're not going to be doing this on stream. So what I would encourage you guys to do, and you know what, let me just, do we even have it on that? Miller, thank you for the follow, my man. Welcome to the community, welcome on the stream. How are you? I hope you will enjoy your stay. But if I was to just come back to what I was doing, what is this? I want an NDI source. There you have it. Okay. And that one should be good. Oh yeah, that one is good because we have the watermark. Okay, that piece of software, by the way, is an absolute bitch. I do have they're saying the license has expired. I am paying for the license, but every single month they generate a new activation code which I have to enter in the software. So what I do, I just crop out the overlay and I just use the bottom part. What I was going to showcase, and it might overlay with a few other things. Yep, DA League right here. If you want to follow us on Twitter, DA League off for short for official. That would be the Twitter where we would be announcing like the standings, the end results, and basically every single game and every single thing we have. So that was what I wanted to say or to talk to you about. Once again, congratulations to OMRC, but I believe Killas performed way better than we expected them to. So ultimately, Killas also deserve a solid round of applause. But what's more, I don't have anything more to add to that. I would just be talking out of my ass and, stretching things out needlessly. So, thank you all for being here tonight. If you guys want to participate next week in the next tournaments that you can see, let me just right here. I would like to invite you guys to go on battlefy.com/DAL-NA. As you can see right here, if you're on a phone, it's going to be quite small, but battlefy.com/DAL-NA. And every single week we do have a tournament that's announced, and at the end of the season we do have the playoffs which are on an invite-only format since you have to qualify by playing in the main season before. So yeah, that is how you can play in the tournaments. And if you want to if you're just a viewer, if you just enjoy while watching the stream, next Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to be live with the exact same thing that we just did right now. And if you would like your games to be casted, we have a single caster right now, which would be me. And if you want to get into casting, know somebody that likes casting, that is looking for more games, or all around, if you know somebody that could cast the matches, that could cast your matches, since I can't cast every single game, that would be like super appreciated by us. But I think that is going to be about it for me tonight. Thank you all for being here. I hope to see you again next week. Be it as a player or as a viewer, both things will be super appreciated. But until then, have an amazing rest of the night. Take care, and don't forget to keep an eye out on our either Discord or Twitter to be made aware of the final standings as soon as the remaining game will have been played and as soon as we have added up the points. Until then, bye-bye and take care.
5 seconds.